Get a lot of content. I mean, like this light is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not.
Okay.
With, I think she's got this surgery more. She has something that's close to.
I think there was just a pile here. Yeah, this is a.
Good morning, everybody. So first, let me apologize for the bad coffee. I've never bought Krispy Kreme boxed coffee before, so it has caffeine, but it's not the best. And I wanted to introduce the three Bostonians who made it here. Thank you very much for the heroic effort. Why don't we start over here with Lee and let you introduce yourself? Turn on your microphone.
Good morning, everyone. Lee Gao. I'm one of the anesthesiologists at the MGH. I'm glad to finally make it here.
And Fa?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Vasunilashorn, and I saw everyone virtually, and I'm happy to see you in person now.
Hi, I'm Becky Breesacker. The same. It's nice to be here, even though it's too short.
And NIA staff has joined us today as well. Maggie, can you introduce yourself?
Hi. Oh. Hi, I'm Maggie Costanzo. I work with Lucy in the Division of Neuroscience over at the NIA.
So why don't we just go ahead and get started on the first session? I know Seun is ready to go, so let's do that.
Once again, good morning, everyone, and thanks for everybody joining us online. Our first session today is going to be spearheaded by Dr. Catherine Price.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. So first off, I am here speaking about a program, and I represent what's called a KO7 program, which is a wonderful mechanism that I strongly encourage you to look at. It's a mechanism that's developed leadership and to develop a program at an institution that hopefully that program will maintain sustainability following ending of the funding cycle. And this program that I'm going to describe is actually based off many years of research, beginning actually with my F32 as a postdoc, looking at neuroimaging predictors of postoperative cognitive decline, as well as the resulting work that I've done with our wonderful teams at the University of Florida as well. So I'm going to be talking about the rationale. I'm talking about the perioperative cognitive program, giving you some information about the outcomes as well as the impact. So we're here talking about delirium. One of the biggest things to know is that 30 to 40% of delirium episodes are preventable, including postoperative cognitive delirium. And why do we know that? We know that because there's so much research out there talks about risk factors, either from retrospective or prospective investigations. And these include older age, frailty, specifically pre-existing cognitive weaknesses in the domains of memory and attention, neuroimaging markers of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, reduced years of education, untreated depression. Those are the most robust risk predictors of delirium or poor cognitive outcome. Now, as a young neuropsychologist studying this, what I experienced many times is that surgeons and anesthesiologists, at least within a big tertiary care center, they'll routinely request cardiac clearance for their patients with vascular vulnerabilities, but neuroconsults are not a standard request, even for worried well or for individuals who have the highest rate of delirium or postoperative cognitive complications. And those include individuals who have the risk factors for reduced attention or memory or frailty, et cetera, or depression. So this is concerning not only for us as researchers, for clinicians there, but most assuredly for patients, because patients who are coming into the operating room are asking about cognition or concerning about how they're going to be postoperatively every single day. And it's even more important because 54% of all older adults are having surgical procedures, or should I say surgical procedures are performed on more than 50% of the patients are older. and increasing nationally as well as internationally our rates of neurodegenerative diseases. And I'm in Florida, and I can tell you that the rate of dementia is increasing exponentially, and they're walking through the surgical doors. So also as a young neuropsychologist, when I was studying this, I would try to work and identify mechanisms and study mechanisms from a neuroimaging or biomarker standpoint, but it was incredibly challenging, primarily because it was challenging to identify neurodegenerative patients in the preoperative setting. And I published a project that we tried to do for many, many years, looking at individuals who have Parkinson's disease or mild cognitive impairment, and I talked about how challenging it was. Even more concerning is that cognitive impairment is prevalent in our communities, is at least 1 in 5 in the community. That's been shown over and over, but then also preoperatively, we know that patients are coming in with mild to moderate dementia, at least 1 in 5 based on studies that have been done at UF, Beth Israel, Columbia, other institutions, California. And then what's more so concerning is that when you look at the medical chart review for those patients, they're not there. The ICD codes are not there. 1 to 4% of patients have any codes of any neurodiagnostic codes. And that's really concerning, particularly since we know that at least 20% of the individuals coming in should have a code. Now, it was wonderful and that cognitive screening was pushed by the American College of Surgeons for Geriatric Verification Program. They recommended cognitive screening at preoperative and postoperative. That's fantastic. And hospitals are moving in that regard, but there are remaining problems. Abnormal cognitive screening is not inherently meaningful to perioperative staff, okay? An abnormal cognitive score from a patient with no established neurocognitive diagnosis could represent undiagnosed cognitive difficulty, but it could also represent a false positive. It could indicate a error in administration, and we've done this and we've published on this many times. It could represent a problem with patients' education, language, reading ability, or it could be due to a presence of distractors such as fatigue or pain. So another issue is that perioperative staff really have limited time. They're push to get their patients out. And so having to interpret screening and the result of all of these contextual factors, illiteracy, pain, is really challenging. And then incorporating the research and making changes to the perioperative planning is problematic. And so that pushed us to develop this program that we have at the University of Florida. And so I'm going to show you and take you through this pathway. This is the overall aspect of the pathway. First off, it begins with a cognitive screener, just like the geriatric verification program recommends. Nurses, staff members are required to, thank you so much, are asked to do a cognitive screening on individuals for anybody over the age of 64. That involves, for us, it involves doing a clock drawing to command and copy, which is the classic way. They also do a frailty assessment. They record education years. They also do repeat 3-word and recall. What's nice about this is that this piggybacks actually on a separate R01 where we actually look at the digital data that are acquired from the nurses. The nurses actually record information
cardiothoracic patient in a
digitally
pilot
for
study.
patients.
The patient was
records
instructed
it
to
on a
draw the
pen
face of the
every,
clock, put in all of
records
the numbers,
information
and set the
37
hands to
or
10 after
87
11.
times a second. But what is actually acquired for the
You can see
nurses
that the
is not
patient
the
drew
digital
the clock face,
information,
but with
but
some
actually the
grafomotor planning
visual
difficulty.
picture. They just see the visual picture. So this sheet is actually scanned into the medical chart. The resulting digital data is downloaded for machine learning so that we can hopefully optimize and make this more rapid for nurses in the future. And that's what we're working on right now. Okay. So if a nurse sees that the clock drawing, the 3-word is impaired, and we have rules that they follow, or that as a team we've decided, I shouldn't say they, this is a team-oriented element. If the person is identified as being impaired for whatever reasons, then they are sent actually to a neuroconsult, and that includes someone like me, a neuropsychologist. And we have 3 different neuropsychologists who play a role, as well as a psychometrist. And what this involves is a 30-minute interview for risk factors for delirium and dementia risk, 30-minute testing with the psychometrist, and 30 minutes of feedback and recommendation that happens immediately for the patient. Now, this is a published protocol that we have, and you can see here that it targets specifically attention, working memory, processing and inhibitory functions, as well as learning and memory, because those are the cognitive functions that are in the networks the neuroanatomical and neurochemical networks that are the most vulnerable to surgical stressors and resulting in postoperative cognitive decline and delirium. We also have a telehealth protocol that we've instituted, which is an in-person protocol, but also video conference and telephone as need be. So this assessment happens immediately. For this time period, nurses actually walk the person over to us. We see them and we see them immediately there, or we schedule them now. And we do education on delirium, disease detection. We talk to them about risk and we talk to them about recommendations. Ideally, then the person goes through surgery, the note is routed, and it's seen by a geriatrician. The anesthesiologist or the surgeon puts in the recommendation for a geriatrician, and then they're seen postoperatively, and they're provided with care from the geriatrics. If delirium continues or if there is a cognitive issue postoperatively at discharge, then ideally they're seen by a physician who's in phase 4, which is perhaps a neurobehavioral specialist or a geriatrician. So let me tell you how ideally this should go. We have a number of case studies that have been published about this pathway. Here's just an example. This is an individual who came in for 3 surgeries with the same surgeon. They were all back surgeries. He had 2 episodes of delirium for the first and the third surgery. Importantly, he was flagged by nurses for the second surgery, and that was the one time where he had multidisciplinary care and he did not have any delirium. So what happened there? We had a multidisciplinary approach. He was flagged with an atypical clock drawing and recall of 3 words. We did a neuropsychology interview. This was done by Kristen Hamlet, who's the first author on this case report. And what she did is she identified that he had a history of memory changes. He was taking Tylenol PM, chronic back pain, hard of hearing, all of these things that you can see based on her interview as well as the medical record that are important risk markers for delirium that had not been seen in the medical chart before. Also, she had neuropsychological testing from the protocol that I showed you earlier. And actually, he had average premorbid functions, but he also showed striking, isolated, new learning and memory impairment, semantic memory, fluency issues relative to letter. He had poor visual construction, and otherwise he was intact. She diagnosed him with amnestic mild neurocognitive disorder, but you could argue that perhaps he's actually a dementia at a mild stage. So she flagged him at high risk. She routed the note. The note was seen by a wonderful anesthesiologist, Ferenc Rabai, who changed the anesthetic protocol based on the perioperative note and the recognition of the patient's cognitive vulnerabilities. And here's the change that you can see in the anesthetic approach that he did for the second surgical procedure. And then the other wonderful thing is that he actually recommended that geriatrics see him as we had recommended in the note. And the geriatrician at the time is a fantastic physician who is actually now at Vanderbilt. So thank you for taking her away. But actually, she made a lot of changes for pharmacological and non-pharmacological, and he resulted in being discharged at one day and going home. So broadly, that's a comprehensive cognitive and delirium risk assessment proof that, they can change practice. But what about at the hospital-wide level? So those are some of the data that I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you data from phase 1 and phase 2. So these are data from phase 1. These are 2 years of data when the nursing and the neuropsychologists were pretty harmonized. These are actually pre-COVID data I'm showing you. So we had over a period of 2 years, 14,795 individuals aged 65 and up coming in for preoperative anesthesia checks. Of those not screened, 2,503, but a resounding 12,000, almost 13,000 individuals given cognitive screening per geriatric guidelines. So that's fantastic. Now, who was referred for a phase 2 neuroconsult? 1 in 5, which replicates the prior research that we've done as well as other individuals. And so that's fantastic. All right, so they came in for a neuroconsult. What happened then? Well, 50% completed the neuropsychological consult with us. I consider that a win. All right, particularly. And it was also particularly challenging because this was on the same day when they saw the nurses. People were fatigued, et cetera, but they continued and they found this to be a valuable service. Now, I'm showing you the cognitive domain specifically because this is a neuroanatomical, neurophysiological vulnerability, the attention and memory domain. So I'm pointing this out to you. I'm showing you 4 boxes here. One is no memory or cognitive issue at all. There are individuals who had isolated attention processing speed working memory issues. There are individuals who had isolated memory impairment, like the prior example. And then there are, importantly, individuals who had both. Now, what does this show us? This shows us that there is specificity here. Phase 1 had sensitivity. Phase 1 with the cognitive screening was a catchment for people who are cognitively compromised. Bringing them into phase 2, that brings you specificity. Now we have individuals who have primary attention, memory, or combined. And what that suggests are underlying pathologies of vascular disease, Lewy body elements, Alzheimer's disease, mixed dementias here. Now, what about from a data standpoint? What do we see here? All right, now look for the risk factors for delirium here. What you're going to see is that when you look here, because we have the fortune of spending a bit more time, we do a reading assessment with them, a resounding change in the range of education from kindergarten to 27 years, reading level, people who are illiterate, who are being provided with robust discharge information, who are not able to attend. And actually what we found is that individuals who are in the both category have the lowest level of education and reading, and those are the ones with the highest risk of surgical cancellations and even things such as missed colonoscopies. And then we also have those individuals are also in the highest area of risk deprivation. And then finally, look at frailty. We're all interested in frailty and the risk, but there are differences with regard to cognitive function. You'd expect individuals who have both attention and memory, or attention alone, which you think frontal functions, frontal and motor, that makes sense. They are the ones who are most frail. Individuals who are isolated memory impairment are not the most frail. Now, across all of those, is there any indication of ICD codes for them? No. The range is really low. 95 and up did not have any diagnosis of any cognitive issues. So again, phase 1 is sensitive, phase 2 is specific. Okay, what about delirium outcome? Well, postoperative delirium was assessed only in 17% of all of the 14,795 individuals. And why was it done? Only if they went to ICU. So clearly that indicates a breakdown. Our notes weren't pushing or anything with regard to delirium. It's only if they went to the ICU was there any type of care or any type of note or any indication of delirium monitoring at all. So that resulted in a hospital change. We've made an impact with this program. We've changed the hospital with regard to instituting a PACU delirium protocol. Now it's challenging. We have a wonderful individual who is pushing this, was actually hired by the hospital and the university, Benjamin Chapin. He's the first behavioral neurologist to actually be in a department of anesthesiology that I've ever known of. His focus is on phase 4. He is pushing for follow through, and he's actually developing that hospital-based PACU assessment. The hospital and the university also hired 2 individuals to do post-PACU and delirium follow-up because of this. And then additionally, the whole entire program received the UF 2024 Quality Patient Care Award. So patient impact, what about that? I can tell you that for the last year, we've been asking patients to fill out how they appreciate having a neuroconsult, and these are anonymous mail-in feedback. We have a 42% return rate for anonymous feedback. Is a resounding overall satisfaction for having neuroconsults. And then formally, we asked, did our consideration of brain wellness improve your confidence in the surgery team and their planning? And a very large yes. So other aspects that we found is a trainee impact. So not only do we have postdocs and clinicians who are playing a role, but we have 3rd-year medical students who I'm really excited to be able to work with every week. They're trained about delirium. They're trained to look for neurodegenerative disorders, and they provide anonymous feedback as well. And they strongly agree that this is an important rotation service for them. Finally, for me, this is the most important. I get kind of emotional about this because these individuals now have the chance to make a change. These are some of the junior faculty who I have the fortune of mentoring, all right? And they are now able to address what are some of the delirium elements. How can we prevent this horrible aspect from happening for our patients? So now what they have is we have this screening capacity, we have a neuroconsult, we have a catchment for identifying the most vulnerable patients, the highest risk patients, before the real brain stress test of surgery. And then the junior faculty are now able to have research trials and develop interventions addressing sleep, pain, medication, and mood, and using the important information that you're finding from all of your R01s and your R21s and implementing them into interventions. So this really is a science and team-oriented approach. It's many, many years to get here. And honestly, I just love this. I'm so indebted to NIH from taking me from an F-32. Molly, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for some questions.
I'm just incredibly impressed with what you've done, Catherine. Thank you for your passion and for your love of the patients. Because what you've done, I'm hearing you say you've essentially transformed a university medical environment to be delirium focused. And it's an incredible accomplishment. And as somebody myself who has lived the ups and downs of implementation over 15, 20 years, it's a lot of hard work. And the fact that you got all those people behind you and all those trainees, and now the young students coming behind you, it's amazing. My question is, well, I have a funny question, then a science question. Do you call it pecan
Or pecan,
or pecan?
well, whatever, because we're all a little nutty, so you can call it whatever you want.
Because I suspect that people down there call it pecan because the way it's written, but in the deep south, we say pecan pie.
You're so right.
Yes,
So right.
so pecan,
Okay.
but it looks like pecan. Now, what is your hope in terms of spreading this to other institutions through publications, through marketing, not necessarily for money? When we go good to great in medicine, we do it from the social sector. So we're
Right.
not trying to get individually rich or anything, but we're trying to get rich in terms of our offspring,
Right.
the products. Can you give us a bit of your
Certainly.
vision?
Yes, so we are, well, one of the biggest things is I've been repeatedly told about doing a pragmatic clinical trial, right? So to demonstrate the value of this. And so we do have grants and we're doing a revision for a PCORI grant, which is to do a large pragmatic clinical trial across different hospitals to examine the changes that just cognitive screening alone does, plus cognitive screening with the neuroconsult, and to see how that changes the culture of care within hospital settings. So that's the next step, I believe. Ideally, just to be on the grand scheme, the vision is for cognition and neurocare to be equivalent to cardiac care within hospitals, and for brain wellness to be, just on the tip of the tongue. I think we're moving in that direction, and it's just baby steps. So I have a lot of wants, but that's probably the biggest one is the pragmatic clinical trial and moving that forward. Now, I can say it has been an incredible challenge to change the medical system. It's been 25 years to do this, obviously, as you well know, right? But just from baby things of like changing, can people see my note, right? And making it so that things are visible because of the barriers that we have in the silos that we have in our different departments. And another issue is just breaking down the barriers between colleges. So for example, I'm in the College of Public Health and Health Professions, but this is largely in the College of Medicine. So breaking the barriers down between colleges, I think, is also a very important part. And that's something that hopefully a pragmatic clinical trial where there will be external funding will help do. And so that can be brought into other institutions who are dealing with similar barriers.
Three real quick things. One, interprofessional versus multidisciplinary.
True.
Use the term multidisciplinary. Multi is still siloed,
That is very true. I
but
should say
interprofessional connects everything. You just said you want to de-silo. So
You're so
even a
right.
change of a word like that.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
the
you're so
second
right.
thing is 4Ms with the IHI, the Institute for Healthcare Improvement. I think you'd be a great person to be introduced to the IHI, and they could help you. They're the largest quality improvement program in the country. Don Berwick started everything. I think I'd like to help you introduce you to them.
Thank you.
And I think you could be very, instrumental in at the IHI level, help you spread what you're doing.
Thank you.
I had one more, but I can't think of it, so we'll do it later. Oh, BHAG. Do you know what a BHAG is?
HAG?
Big, BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal.
I thought you were calling me a hag, but no.
No, yeah. No, you're living out a BHAG. We say at the Student Center, we say, what's your BHAG? So I have an idea. Well, tell me it as a BHAG. What's your big, hairy, audacious goal? I think you've got a good.
I love that. Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you.
Thanks again, Catherine. Our next speaker from human prevention is Dr. Biren Kamdar.
I don't know how to make it big, fill the screen. I do. It's okay, that's fine. You can. All right, James.
Well, I'll just share with someone posted very impressive work, and then they've got a question that we'll bring up later. Has your team considered cerebrovascular reactivity as part of the screening protocol to be done with TCE or CT?
All right, I think it's good. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about my BHAG. I've already spoken to a lot of you guys about my passion about sleep in the ICU and delirium in the ICU, but I'm gonna actually go on a tangent here and talk about a project I've been doing for about 20 years that is now kind of coming to fruition. I wanted to thank Lucy and the NIA and company for inviting me to this to give this talk. I've learned a lot and had a great time hanging out with you guys the last day. So I would not be here without Wes, and I'm not trying to make this a Wes love fest, but I was at Vanderbilt from 2001 to 2009 for medical school and residency, and I was actually going to do ENT until I did an ICU rotation with Wes as my attending. It was life-changing, as you can tell, because I'm here right now. And as part of that rotation, we talk about bedside rounds, kind of drifting away. We would go to the bedside every day with every patient with him. And he taught us how to do the CAM ICU. And that was something I didn't know anything about. This was 2004, 2005. We were learning all these things about delirium. And then, these are some pictures moving forward of me and Wes at ADS. And then this was at ADS last year with some of my mentees. But these are the things I was learning, the basics about delirium, that it's common, it's often invisible in the ICU, that the key to detecting it is to do a validated assessment tool at the bedside. And we were doing the CAM ICU in patients every day. And he was showing us how to do it with the patients and involving families in the conversation. We'd have white coats around the bed, demonstrating it. Our nurses would report RASs and CAMs as part of rounds. And as a result, we'd identify delirium, and then we'd start doing things about it, like, identifying preventable factors like oversedation or immobility. And this was back in the mid 2000s, almost 20 years ago. But as I left my training, there was a cautionary tale that Vanderbilt was different, possibly, than other places. We were at a delirium super center with the delirium superhero, and maybe things were different elsewhere. And this article came out almost a decade later in JAMA. And when I took my first job, I moved back to California, where I'm from, where my wife's from. I went to UCLA, and I met this lady in the foreground here, Vicky. She's an ICU nurse, and I got to UCLA in 2013. And about 6 months after I got there, Vicky came up to me and said, I want to talk to you because you're this new guy here, and you're going and talking to everybody about this thing, the delirium. And I've been trying to emphasize to the staff that this is an important issue because I had delirium. I had delirium in early 2012. I had angioedema. I got intubated in our own ER. I went to the ICU, and my entire hospitalization was a complete fog. My angioedema got better after a day, but they couldn't extubate me. And the staff, once I left the hospital, I couldn't go back to work. I would open the fridge. I didn't know why I opened the fridge. I couldn't drive a car. I love to cook. I couldn't cut vegetables anymore. And I'm financially the breadwinner of my family. So we had a lot of financial stress. I had to take a mandatory leave of absence for 18 months, and now I'm back. And I found out that I was on 10 milligrams of midazolam every hour during my hospitalization on the ventilator. And when I came back to visit my staff of my own ICU, they mocked me. They said, you were crazy. You were hard to take care of. You would take your clothes off. You were trying to climb out of the bed. And once I was extubated, I switched to Spanish because she's from Chile. And it was very embarrassing for her. And she said, I think I had delirium, but nobody knew the word. And this was 2012. She said, can you help us? I said, sure, let's build a team. Let's do it. Let's get the Wes Ely Vanderbilt mode going. And we did an audit of our CAM ICUs. And this was our medical ICU at Vanderbilt. I joined in August 2013, and we found out that, lo and behold, CAM ICUs despite it being standard of care, despite it being mandated twice daily, was not being done. So we started by handing out some pocket cards. And then the staff said, you know, this is good, but not, we want to learn how you do it. So I for the first time ever, I developed a delirium lecture, Delirium 101. I gave it during lunch and for the day shift and that night as well. And I wasn't expecting much out of it. But the part that really struck me was when I did the CAM ICU demonstration, exactly how you taught me how to do it. And everybody leaned in. Everyone got off their phones and looked up. And I said, wow, maybe I'm onto something here. Because nobody had ever seen it done properly. Everyone was faking it. And so once we did that, the CAM ICUs went through the roof. We went from 0% completion to 70% documentation. And that was really cool. Suddenly people were talking about delirium. It was suddenly on the radar. I gave a lecture in the liver ICU 4 floors up. And after one lecture, that liver ICU director who attended my lecture made the entire ICU benzo-free. He had no idea that benzos were harmful to his liver patients. They went benzo-free that day. So one lecture made quite the impact. And so speaking of benzos, in our own ICU, we saw a dramatic drop in benzo use just from one lecture. And so something stuck. And so we actually did an audit though of our CAM ICUs, over 30,000 of them. We published this paper in the American Journal of Critical Care. The CAM ICUs were not perfect. I'm not going to go through this slide, but when we did an audit of our CAM ICUs, we found that there were still many gaps to fill. Number one, this is the top graph is patients who are not on a ventilator, and the bottom is on a ventilator. And we can see that the positive CAM ICUs, the orange, are almost non-existent on the ventilated patients, right? And we're trying to emphasize that patients on ventilators are delirious until proven otherwise. We had no positive assessments. They were almost all unable to assess. So despite our improvements in documentation, we still had some gaps to fill. Secondly, when we tried to really do a deep dive, we found out that there were some super champions with the delirium assessments, and there were others who were not. Both of these nurses were actually labeled as delirium champions, but when we audited their CAM ICUs on their shifts, we found that one was doing them and one was not. So there was an education gap, an awareness gap on how to do these. And we weren't trying to embarrass, we were just trying to learn about the process. And we found out that there were a lot of culture differences just within our ICU. And this one really was eye-opening. You know, UCLA, LA is one of the most multicultural cities in the world. We had many patients who did not speak English, and we had many languages, mostly Spanish as the primary non-English language. But when we looked at CAM ICUs of English speakers and non-English speakers, surprisingly, they were kind of similar completion. So, you know, we know the CAM ICU has been validated in over 30 languages, but how are staff doing the CAM ICU in patients who are not English speaking? Were they switching to Mandarin? Were they switching to Arabic? Were they switching to Japanese or Spanish? I wasn't quite clear on how they were doing that. So I think there was another kind of red flag here with our CAM ICU completion. So fast forward now to I went to UC San Diego in 2018. I had a Beeson Award, and I started doing work on sleep and kind of shifted my focus. That was a side project. We were doing work on circadian rhythms and light levels in the ICU. I built a team there. I had a great mentorship team, including Dale Needham, Jen Martin, Atul, Allison Moore, and we were doing all this cool stuff. But I continued this delirium mission from UCLA, and I gained some traction with our health system. They were paying attention to it. We actually did an audit of our CAM ICUs, and despite having a lot of champions at UCSD, we still felt like there were some gaps. So UCSD, you know, put out a press release. They put me on the news, and I gave this talk about delirium in the ICU. And you can see the date here, and you can see what was about to happen. And so we were gaining momentum, and then guess what happened? This is what happened. I'm sure all of us lived this experience here. So my projects on sleep in the ICU, which were my primary issue, my primary focus, shifted now to a pause. And so now we're focused on delirium again. And we had all these patients, obviously, as you know, who were heavily sedated, who were on ventilators, and we were not able to communicate with them. And this was one of the articles that came out. And so we knew that delirium was a major issue, and it became to the foreground during COVID. And one of the nurses, Fran, came up to me and she said, you know, I've been designated as a nurse educator for our ICU, and I want to do something on delirium, but I don't know anything about it. Can you give this lecture you gave at UCLA to us? I said, well, I can't. We have all these restrictions on, on in-person meetings. So Fran and I wrote a script. I wrote it mostly out of the playbook of Wes. And after a couple takes, we shot a full educational package on delirium. We did the CAM ICU demonstration in every little detail. We made the graphics. It was an amateur production, but it ended up being quite better than we thought it would be. And we ended up publishing a paper on it. We showed it to 20 staff at UCSD, and our response was through the roof. People were just blown away by what they were seeing. So we knew we were onto something. We created a quiz, and I've never created a quiz before. We created a 44-question quiz. We validated it with experts from all over the world. The scores improved pre-post, but more importantly, after the quiz was done, the comments we got from nurses who completed it were eye-opening. One nurse of 25 years said, "I never knew what a RASA -2 was. And I've been over-sedating all of my patients on a RASA -2 goal." And that, it was really nice to hear these things from staff because they said, I learned it in 7 minutes, the RAS. I couldn't believe it. So we published the second paper, and that was the birth of the ICU Delirium Playbook. We created a website. These are things I'd never done before. I created a website, we posted it. But at UCSD, where more than 30% of our patients are Hispanic, and of them, almost 90% are non-English speaking, during COVID, 90% of our patients were Hispanic, many from very small border towns. And we had a major gap here, and I kept thinking about the language issue. This paper came out actually from the group in Miami, where they showed that discordant language between the patient and the provider basically means that the patient is in big trouble, that the patient is more likely to be placed in restraints, they're more likely to be agitated. And we were witnessing this at UCSD all the time with our Spanish-speaking patients who we cannot communicate with. So I had the opportunity through NIA, actually, an MSTAR student from Puerto Rico wanted to do a project. And in Puerto Rico, they're all 100% bilingual. And I said, "Paula, can you come to UCSD and do something? We have 30 days to do it. Translate this whole playbook to Spanish." And she did it. And on her final day before she flew back to San Juan, we filmed the entire playbook in Spanish. She was the star. We found a Spanish-speaking actor. We gave her a sandwich as our payment for doing it. And we did it in one day. And then she flew to San Juan. And when she got back to Puerto Rico, she said, "I didn't know anything about delirium. When I got to Puerto Rico, I found out that it's a delirium desert. No one's talking about it. I talked to geriatricians, ICU doctors, no one's talking about it." I said, "Wow, that's interesting. Maybe we can do something at delirium there." So I connected with two nurse PhDs from San Juan, Millie and Mabel, who trained at UCSF, who are, if you look them up, they are delirium aficionados, but they are in Puerto Rico. Their message has not been able to spread. It's an island of 3.2 million people. And I actually flew to San Juan and met with them and said, let's talk about delirium. I toured their hospitals, 5 ICUs. I got the red carpet treatment. It was great. But we found out that lo and behold, the CAM ICUs were not being done. They didn't have mature electronic health record systems. They were understaffed. There were a lot of resources that they were lacking. So they helped us finish the playbook, and we published a Spanish playbook last year. So now we have that in circulation. And so we are, the NI will be seeing this in the study section. We are still working on getting this, the Puerto Rican playbook project funded. And so now we have 2 playbooks posted to ICU-Delirium playbook.com. And so because of this language translation, we've gotten interest now from two other places. An Italian group in Pisa is translating this to Italian. We're helping them out. And then just about a month ago, a team from Japan is translating into Japanese. So we're working on that as well. So this is all great, good things. The World Delirium Day in 2023, they did a pretty broad evaluation of delirium practices worldwide. I'm not going to go into all the details of what they showed, but this reinforced the work that we're doing in terms of education. More than half the respondents from all over the world, and also in the United States, still said that a lack of education is one of the biggest barriers for them to get over the hump in terms of delirium care. That we just need something better. We need something that we can just provide to all staff that they can do and get 90% of the way there. And that's what the playbook provides. I'm not saying that this playbook is a fix-all, but it is at least a starting point, especially for ICUs that are not Vanderbilt, that don't have these champions and these superheroes for delirium, where they're just trying to start and learn about the problem, learn about how to do the assessments, learn about some basic preventative techniques like turning off benzodiazepines and seeing what happens. And so, I'm not going to pretend that this is going to be, completely, fix all the delirium problems, but at least we can start with educating our staff on how to evaluate their patients for delirium and know that it's a problem. So Wes, you broke it down yesterday in this, where are we going and who are we going with? So I switched my slide here, but so where are we going now? we have this playbook. It's kind of a product we made and I kind of don't know what to do with it. It's kind of, we're working on it. People have talked about making more playbooks, like a ventilator playbook, a spontaneous breathing trial playbook, also on adding patient testimonials. So I'm wide open. Whatever you want to do, that website is available to the world, whatever we want to do with it. We are going to use an implementation framework, probably re-aim to implement it through multiple ICUs at UCSD, also in Puerto Rico. I'm working with some other postdocs around the world who are trying to do their own projects using the playbook as the foundation for education. And then who are we going with? I mean, this is going to take a village. Many of you will hopefully help me with some of these projects. And, it requires a multidisciplinary team, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of investments from our hospitals, health systems, other organizations. So we've gotten interest as well from the IHI, the age-friendly health systems are interested as well. I presented at their I presented a capstone project at their meeting 2 years ago. So yeah, we're gaining some steam here. And obviously this took a lot of work. My primary project is still involving circadian rhythms in the ICU. I'm happy to talk about that as well during the breaks, but I could not have gotten this far without a lot of people. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Lucy and NIA. Yeah, it's been fun, and there's a long way to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Biren. We have time for some questions. Wes, you want to ask a question of your protege?
If you'll allow me, I don't want to overstay my welcome. Biren, I'm just so incredibly proud of you. It's amazing what you have done. And I'm trying to imagine what it was like when you gave that 101 lecture and then went to the bedside and they responded to the bedside and what magic happened in your brain. Can you tell us, how did that fire you up when you saw them lean in? And what do you want to do now in terms of spreading this around? Like, should you grab Seun and Nate Brummel and people around the country that to join you on this train to make a difference? Because something's got to be rebuilt post-COVID. We have not rebuilt this post-COVID. And the Delirium Playbook is a great toolbox by which to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the playbook, at least if staff complete it, it provides the activation energy to get people interested in the problem. I'm not saying it's going to fix anything. What I learned, at least by giving that 101 talk, when I first gave it, people responded best to stories and patient, stories rather than survival curves. And so I learned that telling stories helps a lot. And then the demonstration, the CAM ICU demonstration, getting in front of the podium and doing it, including on the person who was sitting in chair number 1, I would just start squeezing having them squeeze my fingers. That was helpful. When I gave grand rounds at UCLA, we brought Vicky on stage to provide her testimonial on what happened. They were not expecting that. I said, I need a couple of chairs and they didn't know why. And then she just showed up on the stage. So that helps a lot. So I think a lot of the messaging needs to be, in that realm for Delirium. It's something that, you talked about like relationships, and connection. So it's really important to make that connection with the audience, with the stories, and also having the patients come and do it. So in terms of, spreading the word and having people come and talk about it, I think that's where we can get a lot of mileage. If we have people who are in the surgical realm coming and talking about it, or in the post ICU, the PICS experts coming and talking about it through the lens of Delirium. Delirium is great because it connects everything, right? I think every organ system is connected to. We can somehow relate every organ system to Delirium. Somehow we can connect most of our outcomes to Delirium in some way. And once patients and families, it's an easy conversation, whether it's in English or Spanish or any other language. It's something that really generates a lot of emotions. So that's really where I've gone now, is really kind of with the emotional piece of it. And it's emotional for me too. I'm very passionate about it. So I think that's where we're headed, is to continue to build on this.
Thank you, Biren. I had one quick question for you, if you don't mind. So on the one hand, you talked about the work that you're doing with training people. And on the other hand, I was shocked when you talked about the patient that was on 10 of midazolam throughout their ICU stay. And is there anything we could do in the world of electronic health records to build clinical decision support systems to make sure that things like this are not the norm across the US?
I mean, obviously we can leverage our EHRs to provide some some alerts, and lean on our pharmacists as well. That was, 10 years ago, which now I don't think many hospitals will be doing that, because most of the pharmacists are now educated on it. But absolutely, the basics, if we're talking about 4Ms, the medications, is to look at the medication list every day for every patient and to see what we can change. But I think still the bottom line is we need to just educate everybody that this is the problem, right? Like we're very good about, if something is nephrotoxic, I think everybody kind of knows that that might be bad for the kidneys, but we don't always know that something can be deliriogenic, right? It's not common knowledge as much. And so, yeah, just enhancing education, I think. So.
Thank you again. So our final speaker for the session is Dr. John, who is joining us remotely.
Morning, everyone. Hi from California. Can you guys hear me okay in the room?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So the big idea that I'm going to be talking to you guys about for the next 15 minutes is using geroscience to understand and perhaps help prevent or help treat delirium. I have a couple of conflicts to disclose, which is I was involved in both founding and I'm still a stockholder in 2 startup companies, both launched to develop ketone-based materials, both supplements and therapeutics. And I'll let you guys know when that becomes relevant later on in the talk. So I wanted to start with the basic conceptual model of delirium that most of us, I think, share. And I really wanted to be in the room with you guys today. And I guess to illustrate predisposing and precipitating factors, I spent most of the day in the airport on Sunday trying to get there. But the predisposing factors of the bad weather all over the East Coast, and then the precipitating factor of something breaking on the plane that I was supposed to fly to DC in, prevented me from being able to get there. But was originally thinking of using the California wildfires as an example. Our wildfire season, I guess, really kicked off last week with the first big fire. And in order to get wildfires, you have the predisposing factors of the dry vegetation and dry air and the strong offshore winds, and then the precipitating factor of dry lightning, for example, in order to flare up a wildfire or delirium. So we all think a lot about what we can do to tamp down these predisposing factors in the hope of preventing delirium and reducing its severity and enhancing its recovery. What are those predisposing factors? And we know this works. This is the basis of, for example, the HELP program. But what are those predisposing factors? And at the top of the list is advanced age. And many of these other premorbid predisposing factors that were listed out in this great review that many people in the room helped with a couple of years ago, many of these are related to aging, frailty, for example, and then kind of co-travelers with aging, like dementia and visual and hearing impairments. But age is right on the top of the list. And this isn't unique to delirium. We all know that aging is the primary dominant, in many cases, risk factor for many of the diseases and conditions that most of us clinicians spend most of our careers trying to treat. Everything from heart attacks and diabetes to cancer and indeed delirium. We don't often think consciously about aging as driving all these diseases, mostly because we talk about aging as being a non-modifiable risk factor. We can't do anything about it, and so we focus on things that we can do something about. But what if we could do something about it? Steve Austad, an aging biologist at the University of Alabama, demonstrated graphically how much good we could do if only we could do something about some of the risk that aging imparts, using cardiovascular disease as an example. So we've made a ton of progress, saved and improved millions and millions of lives by targeting the modifiable risk factors of cardiovascular disease, as we say. Hypertension, smoking, cholesterol, diabetes. But if you put these on the same scale as aging, boy, if we could just take a small piece of that aging-induced risk and modify it and reduce it, we could do more good for cardiovascular disease than everything else that's been done on these modifiable risk factors. And the same may be true for delirium. The good news is that we've learned over the past 30 years through an enormous amount of research done all over the world, but especially in the US, funded by the NIA, that, well, aging may not be modifiable, but the biological processes that drive the phenotypes that we see as aging very much are modifiable. We can describe the specific molecular and cellular pathways that drive what we see as aging. These are often conceptualized as the hallmarks of aging. So about a dozen molecular and cellular pathways that drive aging phenotypes. And these include some things that are probably familiar to people in the room, like telomeres, but also cellular senescence, mitochondrial dysfunction, and energy dysregulation, autophagy and proteostasis. And not only can we understand and characterize these molecular and cellular mechanisms that drive what we see as aging, but in every case, we can modify them in the laboratory. We can do so genetically. Increasingly, we can do so by drugs, and show that you can modify aging phenotypes. You can slow the onset of age-related problems by modifying these hallmarks of aging. And as I'll return to at the very end, increasingly, these are moving into clinical trials in humans. So how does this fit into delirium? This is my very simple schematic of how I see delirium pathophysiology, and especially as this close relationship between acute inflammation and cerebral glucose hypometabolism, or energy deficits in the brain. Acute inflammation that's triggered by some precipitant that's maybe modified by chronic dysfunctional inflammation, passes through the blood-brain barrier into the brain, and then causes this energy hypometabolism phenotype that makes neurons not work as well as they should, and that leads to what we see as delirium. All of these factors are deeply influenced by the hallmarks of aging. And I'll point out a couple of them in particular, that mitochondrial dysfunction and glucose hypometabolism are common features of aging in general, and have key roles in some major chronic diseases of aging for which they're being pursued as therapies, particularly Alzheimer's disease and heart failure. And systemic chronic inflammation is also a major feature of aging. Inflammaging, you may have heard of. And several processes help drive this, including probably cellular senescence. Cellular senescence is a process by which cells that become damaged rather than dying actually shut down their ability to divide so that they don't become cancer, but then become hard to kill. And not just persist, but they release this milieu of inflammatory cytokines and other factors that can contribute to chronic dysfunctional inflammation. So I'll be talking more about energy and about senescence for the rest of this short talk. I think that incorporating the mechanisms of aging, the hallmarks of aging, geroscience, into a delirium framework can really open up new tools for us, new tools that could become new biomarkers, new ways of understanding the pathophysiology of delirium, and then ultimately, since our goal is to prevent and treat delirium, new potential interventions derived from targeting these hallmarks of aging. So for example, using cellular senescence as one example, the senescent cells secrete this inflammatory senescence-associated secretory phenotype, which can be measured in the blood and might become a biomarker for who is at risk for developing delirium, being already in this chronic inflammatory state. One hypothesis is that senescent cells, through their dysfunctional response to acute inflammation, might be one of the pathophysiological mechanisms that directly links aging to delirium risk. And senescence is a nice example for interventions because there are dozens of drugs in preclinical studies and now in clinical trials that target senescent cells, either to kill them or to modify their inflammatory phenotypes. These so-called senolytics or xenomorphics, for example, might be tested in delirium models. So I'm going to focus on two aspects of this grouping today. Using epigenetic clocks as biomarkers, using senescent cells and SASP as biomarkers and to understand pathophysiology, and intervening using metabolic therapies in preclinical models. So starting with the kind of big picture in human cohorts of testing whether geroscience mechanisms are involved in delirium. This is work done in collaboration with Sarah LaHoo, who's a neurologist and neurohospitalist at UCSF, who's also deeply interested in using geroscience to better understand delirium. Sarah has created several inpatient older adult cohorts in which we're studying delirium. The first of which was HIPS, standing for the Hip Fracture Inpatient Pathophysiology Study. These are older adults hospitalized after hip fracture who undergo some sort of hip fracture repair, and of course are at very high risk for delirium. So we're carefully measuring delirium throughout their stay, following long-term cognitive and functional outcomes after their discharge, but also collecting longitudinal multi-system biospecimens, meaning longitudinal blood samples throughout their stay, preoperative and then for the rest of their hospitalization, as well as tissue samples from their surgical site, including adipose tissue. The first question we're asking is a very big picture question. Does biological age help to predict delirium? And doing that through measuring biological age using epigenetic DNA methylation clocks. The second question that we're asking is more mechanistic and specific. Is cellular senescence in particular associated with delirium pathophysiology? And here we're diving even deeper using multi-omic deep phenotyping to carefully characterize senescence in adipose tissue from that surgical site biopsy in order to get a sense of the whole body burden and activity of senescent cells, along with their secreted markers, the senescence-associated secretory phenotype, using proteomics in blood. And then asking whether either of these factors, the senescent cells themselves or their activity as measured in blood, is associated with delirium. We're just starting, this cohort is now fully enrolled, and we're just starting all of the multi-omic analyses, got our first data back a few weeks ago, and I'll have much more to report in a few months. And then turning to energy metabolism. So energy metabolism is a key hallmark of aging too, and something that's been seen in particular in several major diseases associated with aging, including dementia, where cerebral glucose hypometabolism is a key feature of many dementias, especially Alzheimer's disease-related dementia. And interestingly, energy metabolism is similarly a problem in heart failure, especially heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, which is an example of a multi-system geriatric syndrome. And cardiologists are getting very excited about this idea of manipulating energy metabolism, in particular using ketone bodies to help support the failing heart. And we know from some heroic PET studies that you similarly see glucose hypometabolism in delirium. So can we intervene on this to improve delirium phenotypes? And we started approaching this using ketone bodies. What are ketone bodies? Ketone bodies are small molecules generated from lipids mobilized from your fat tissue. They're turned into ketone bodies like beta hydroxybutyrate here in the liver, especially when there's not much carbohydrate around, when you're fasting or there's no carbohydrates in your diet. And then the ketone bodies circulate in the blood, are taken up by tissues like muscle and brain that need energy, and they're oxidized to generate ATP. So they're an alternative source of generating ATP, alternative to glucose. What my lab and others have found over the last 10 years or so is that in addition to that energetic function, ketone bodies have these direct protein binding signaling activities, several of which in particular influence inflammatory activation. And so our hypothesis was that between the energetic support and maybe some effects on modulating inflammation, that ketone bodies might be useful in preclinical models of delirium, and using in particular an acute inflammatory model with LPS. So the first thing we asked was whether a ketogenic diet could improve delirium-like behaviors after giving mice lipopolysaccharide LPS as an acute, as a form of acute inflammation. Ketogenic diet is a diet that's very high in fat. In the case of mice, has 0 carbohydrates, and so it forces their bodies to make lots of ketone bodies, and they're largely relying on ketone bodies and fats to generate fuel. But it didn't work. So we found that mice that were eating a ketogenic diet, when you give them LPS, they still slow down in the open field, had no change in their activity. They still get a robust inflammatory response to LPS. This is systemic levels of IL-1 beta. And they still show a profound metabolic phenotype. So LPS suppresses blood glucose levels, which is harder to see in mice on a ketogenic diet. But interestingly, it suppresses blood ketone body levels. So the reason we think it didn't work is that LPS actually, acute inflammation, appears to affect ketone metabolism as much as glucose metabolism. For example, LPS suppresses the expression of key genes involved in producing ketone bodies in the liver. So we couldn't rescue this metabolic phenotype through a ketogenic diet because of the fuel compartmentalization and energetic suppression effects of acute inflammation. But what if we bypass the diet and just provided ketone bodies directly? This is a little more complicated than it sounds because you can't just eat a large amount of beta-hydroxybutyrate. Either you'll be eating an awful lot of salt, 1 molecule of sodium for every molecule of the ketone body, or its pH is similar to acetic acid. So instead, we use chemical tricks. This complex molecule is a ketone ester. Ketone ester is essentially a fusion molecule of several different subcomponents, each one of which is a prodrug for ketone bodies. So you can ingest this in a meal-like quantity, and as soon as you ingest it, it's broken up into its constituent parts, and each of those parts is rapidly metabolized to generate ketone bodies. The medium-chain fatty acids are turned into ketone bodies in the liver through the canonical ketogenic pathways. And this central linker here is the alcohol precursor of beta-hydroxybutyrate, which is converted to beta-hydroxybutyrate also in the liver, but via alcohol metabolism. So ketone esters are essentially prodrugs for ketone bodies, but they're a mechanism for delivering large amounts of ketone bodies relatively quickly. So in collaboration with Colm Cunningham and his postdoc Pierre-Louis Hallier at Trinity College Dublin, we tested whether we could rescue some of the behavioral phenotypes of acute inflammation in old mice using a ketone ester. So again, using LPS to induce acute inflammation. And then Colm showed that this could subtly but significantly improve the behavioral effects of LPS, improving activity in the open field, particularly in female mice rather than males. But Colm is one of the leaders in the world at studying the more subtle cognitive phenotypes related to delirium in mice. And when he applied a cognitive flexibility task, we saw a bigger difference. So here mice are trained to learn the correct way to get out of this Y maze over several days prior to receiving LPS plus minus a ketone ester, and then are tested for attention. And maybe there was a small difference in them remembering with the ketone ester after LPS. But the bigger difference was then when he switched up the maze and forced the mice to learn a new way out of the maze. And this is much harder after LPS. But when mice received the ketone ester with LPS, they performed almost indistinguishably from mice that hadn't received LPS at all. So we saw a substantial rescue of cognitive flexibility by providing metabolic support with this ketone ester. The lesson for me from many of these experiments was that we really should be treating metabolism and inflammation as co-equal partners in generating delirium. This is just an example of putting all of the data that we collected in our mouse experiments onto a single graph associated with the behavioral outcomes. So what's more associated with worse behavioral outcomes in the mice. And on one end of this are the inflammatory cytokines, as we would all expect. But on the other end, equally important in the opposite direction, were all of the metabolic biomarkers. So metabolism and inflammation are co-equal partners in delirium. And I want to close out by telling you a little bit more about geroscience and translational geroscience, that this idea of using drugs to target mechanisms of aging sounds very science fiction, but thanks to support from the NIA over the past 10 years, it is fact, and it's happening all over the country now. 2 large networks supported by the NIA support this. The Translational Geroscience Network, which provides coordination and support to early stage clinical trials using drugs that target mechanisms of aging, and the Geroscience Education and Training Network, of which I'm one of the PIs, which is designing curriculum to train young investigators how to carry out geroscience-focused clinical trials. And these clinical trials are happening. The Translational Geroscience Network has about 80 clinical trials now that it's identified and is helping to support using a wide variety of drugs that target many of these mechanisms of aging. including in settings like Alzheimer's disease and even nursing homes. So I encourage those of you who are interested to check out these resources and then tap into this growing field. So I think that Geroscience offers us tools to understand and intervene to prevent and treat delirium. Geroscience clinical trials are underway, and we can integrate with that infrastructure and use it to study delirium too. And inflammation and metabolism interact closely in delirium, and perhaps metabolic interventions show some preclinical promise in mouse models for delirium. So thank you for your attention, and thank you to the NIA for supporting this work.
Thank you, John. We have time for a few questions.
Hi, John. Thanks for that nice talk. I was curious about this interrelationship between metabolic factors and inflammation, and if you could speak more about that. I was particularly intrigued with that last graph that you showed of the inflammatory factors associated with the poorer outcomes and the metabolic factors associated with the kind of more beneficial outcomes. And if what is that interplay between the two, and how can I'm just trying to understand how maybe we can explore that in human settings.
Yeah, and this is inspired by work of Colm Cunningham, who was, I think, the first to really lay out that there are powerful metabolic effects in mouse models from acute inflammation like LPS, and then showing at least proof of concept in people that you can associate biomarkers of energetic stress, like lactate levels in the CSF or glucose lactate ratios in the CSF, with delirium. So I think we don't really understand all of the mechanisms that drive this suppression of energy metabolism. And it's probably more accurate to say prioritization of energy metabolism, because what I gather is most likely happening is that you're shunting energy metabolism and glucose towards the inflammatory response, towards immune cells, and then away from other tissues, including the brain. There are cytokines that are known to function to do that kind of energy prioritization and switching. Interestingly, IL-6 is prominent among them. There's a whole literature about IL-6 redirecting energy metabolism in different contexts, including exercise, but also acute inflammation. So there are specific pathways that we can dive into, including IL-6, one of our favorite inflammatory cytokines. And if we can get a better understanding of how these are working, how they're working in the brain, and whether we can separate what might be essential functions to help the organism survive, fueling the immune response, from what might be less essential side effects like starving the brain of fuel. Those might be pathways to generate new therapies for delirium.
Do we have time for another question? I'm just thinking, John, this is Wes. Thank you so much for your lecture. And I remember in 2018 at NIDUS, you and I talked about ketone bodies. And so I was glad to have you come back to it today. You know, in medicine, we usually like the body to do what it normally does. And so if there's enough sugar around, then it doesn't get in a panic, and it makes glycogen and it stores it for later times when there's no sugar and it draws on the glycogen. But what I hear you saying is, gosh, you know what? We're going to go into an area that normally we don't want the body to do that. Like in the ICU, if somebody's going into ketoacidosis or lactic acidosis, we fix that. That's a problem. And you're saying, I'm going to make them do that. And I'm going to allow the brain to have that abnormal thing to deviate from the normal cycle of living with glucose. What it would generate in that emergency situation is ketones. And I think that maybe the brain can utilize that to get out of delirium, but it still seems like you're boldly going into an area where the body wouldn't go on its own normally. It's almost like an evolutionary fight or flight pathway or something. Can you talk more about what allowed you to think of this? And do you really, does anybody challenge you who's like a true scientist, like not me, but like an actual biochemist or something, and say, that's not normal?
So I'm actually not nearly as bold as you're giving me credit for, Wes, for a couple of reasons. So but one is that, so I'll use the analogy to heart failure. So actually cardiologists are really excited about this idea of using ketone bodies. They've also been the leading group in understanding how this works, like you were saying, in our own bodies in a natural way. So this has been best worked out in heart failure, both in preclinical models and in people, that as the heart gets under more and more stress, as you're developing heart failure, its metabolism innately switches. It becomes more dependent on lipids, and it starts to become dependent on ketone bodies. And the body actually starts making more ketone bodies to fuel that. So in heart failure, I think we can all comfortably say that that generating and using ketone bodies becomes a natural endogenous compensatory response to the stress of heart failure. So the cardiologists don't think of it as doing something that's unnatural or pushing to do something the body isn't doing anyway. They're thinking it as just enhancing what the body is doing anyway, enhancing that endogenous stress response. I don't know if delirium is the same way. I know that people who are studying this in Alzheimer's disease, it's not as well established if ketogenic pathways are in fact an innate compensatory response. That's some of the other research that my group is trying to do. But they also think of it as, it's not really unnatural, but it's you're trying to give the body more of a natural fuel that it's maybe trying to turn to anyway, and just doesn't have the capacity to do as much as it needs to. But the other reason I'm not being nearly so bold is I in learning about this field, I think of a very sharp distinction between like ketoacidosis, as you said, and making and using ketone bodies. And that sharp distinction is whether their production is physiological and regulated. So if production of anything in the body is completely dysregulated, that can lead to a very dangerous state. And that's what you see in ketoacidosis when production of ketone bodies is just out of control. It's out of any physiological regulation. If you don't have any insulin, for example, and that's not what anyone is talking about with, for example, increasing ketone bodies to treat heart failure, or increasing ketone bodies to try to treat dementia or maybe delirium. It's maintaining within that physiological range so that you don't get out of control and get the sort of problems that you get in ketoacidosis.
So I think we have time for about 2 short questions with crisp answers. Ben, you have a question?
Great talk, John. I had a question about future therapeutics. Do you envision this type of therapy targeting areas of the brain that are really highly metabolic, like areas of, say, the default mode network, versus something more generally across the brain in terms of energy utilization?
I do. I think that's the big picture goal, and in particular because so using a ketone ester to give ketone bodies to the whole body feels pretty blunt, right? And ideally, you'd be able to target this energetic support just to the cells that need it, and in that way, you're maybe disrupting less the rest of the body's response to whatever the stress is. We don't want to impair the immune response, for example. We want to support it. So I think that's a great idea, Ben. And the trick is just figuring out the technology to do that. I think that's still a generation ahead of us, but that's a really fascinating idea.
So I'm sorry we can't get to all the questions in the chat, but I'll close off our session by asking you, hopefully, the final question. And really, it's going back to your work in epigenetics. I think it's fantastic to hear that you're going to be doing that and trying to look at epigenetic markers of aging and trying to understand whether chronological age different from biological age, whether there are differences. Now, this is more of a philosophical question. When do you think it's the right time to measure epigenetic markers? There are certainly measures of age acceleration that we could use, and there's like 6, 7 of them. But is it before surgery, during surgery, after surgery? Just would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it depends on the question that you're asking. And as these epigenetic clocks are getting closer to clinical use, I think the field is understanding more and more how complex using them might be. For example, it was long thought that the DNA methylation that you're using to generate epigenetic clocks is pretty stable and doesn't change very rapidly. And so it's something that you could, do weeks ahead of surgery or even do right before surgery or during surgery. And you might still get a good sense of a person's underlying biological age. I think we know that's not entirely accurate anymore, that they do change dynamically. Even no matter how carefully you try to control for things like acute inflammation and different cell populations in the periphery. We're asking the question as kind of can we measure someone's underlying steady state biological age? And so we're most interested in the preoperative measurement. And if we could have done this a month before someone fractures their hip, that would have been even better, I think, to try to measure their steady state biological age. What we have is preoperative measurements after they fractured their hip, but before they have surgery. And so we're going to do our best to look at different clocks that adjust for example, the acute inflammatory response, or that use markers that don't depend on the cell type composition of peripheral blood immune cells, to try to get at that, what is someone's baseline biological age, and is that a risk for delirium?
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you. And before the break, one more question for Kate and Biren. Very impressive work. This is Partha's question from the Q&A. Has your team considered cerebrovascular reactivity as part of the pre-screening protocol? This could be done using TCD or CT scan or MRI with associated billable costs. It's like a preoperative stress test. Your thoughts?
So I believe that is a very insightful question. And I'm not sure who the individual is who asked the question, but if you're doing that work, I strongly encourage you to do preoperative elements, particularly with an MRI. CT scan, I'm a little questionable with for older adults, but an MRI, if you're able to, that certainly would be ideal. I think there are many neuroimaging markers that are going to be valuable for predicting risk or for identifying intraoperative considerations for patients, and potentially improve our understanding of mechanisms for risk. So we have not been able to do that as part of a clinical element, but we have studies that are using MRI where we recruit individuals to look at aspects that include MRI, not CT. We haven't done any transcranial or other markers, but it's a project that certainly is viable, just requires a certain manpower and support. So I strongly encourage you to do that.
The question came from Partha Thirumalai at UPMC, I believe that's University of Pittsburgh, right?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10:32 and have the final session, and then our roundtable after that.
So glad.
Okay, this has been a great bunch of talks. Just a couple of housekeeping issues before Liz gets started. We are during this is our last session. During this session, we still have the Chinese food, the leftovers, they're in the refrigerator, and lunch orders will start to trickle in. So by the time the session is ended, we'll be ready to have some lunch. And then, as I mentioned in the advertising materials for this, there will be a roundtable discussion during lunch. And so we hope to wrap it up at 1 o'clock. And without further ado, oh, and please have donuts. So Ben, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Lucy. I'm excited to be the moderator here for this session 4, which is on delirium prediction. Our first speaker is Liz Whitlock from UCSF. Thank you, Liz.
Hello, good morning. So my approach here is very clinical, and so I've only put surgeons and anesthesiologists. Of course, we should all care about cognition, but in a very
perioperative clinical sense, these are just a sampling of articles where people report and experience cognitive change after major surgery with anesthesia, and it gets covered in the popular media. The anecdotes are extremely compelling. And I highlight this particular anecdote from the Washington Post because it centers Dr. Dan Cole's father. Dan Cole was the president of the American Society of Anesthesiologists about a decade ago. His father underwent an open heart surgery and did not experience cognitive recovery afterwards. He never got back to his baseline, and these symptoms persisted until his father died. And so if we are able to surprise the former president of the American Society of Anesthesiologists with the degree of cognitive change that a loved one experienced after surgery, it frustrates me that it seems like there's no way we could be properly preparing regular old people without, high profile anesthesiologist children. So if we knew that postoperative cognitive change would happen preoperatively, we could talk about the risks and benefits of surgery a little bit more thoroughly. We could perhaps offer some postoperative planning. But the clinical barrier to this is that no prediction models exist for postoperative cognitive change that are kind of clinically useful. And so the idea that we put forth that was funded in my first R01, I'm very nearly 2 years in, was to account for baseline cognitive trajectory, because it's very important to know what somebody's rate of cognitive change is coming into surgery. It's very heterogeneous in older adults in late life. The impact of cognitively relevant medical problems on that trajectory, as well as on what the subsequent cognitive trajectory after surgery somebody might experience is. In AIM-1, we proposed using a counterfactual prediction approach to measure the causal-ish aim of impact of surgery. And then in AIM-2, we would modify that by kind of the knowledge of what happens to you after the surgery. And this two-step approach where we kind of do our best guess preoperatively, but then can modify those predictions based on postoperative wound infection, postoperative delirium, other stuff that we would not know at the time of surgery, but that might change the way that we view your likely cognitive outcome, was all sort of built into this approach. And so for this funded R01, we are building clinical prediction models to predict 2-year cognitive outcomes after 10 types of major surgery in older patients, including a measure of cognition that's very granular, Alzheimer's disease risk predictions, and then the ability to complete a cognitively intensive instrumental activity of daily living, medication management. And then in AIM-2, we're adding these postoperatively known factors to see if they improve the way that we can predict 2-year cognitive outcomes. And then we're going to validate the predictions using the National Health and Aging Trends study, which is kind of an aligned, also NIA-funded, longitudinal data set of older patients. All of these primary predictions are being done using the Health and Retirement Study, familiar to you all, beloved. So where we are, 2 years into this grant is that we've got our cohort, and that's what I'm going to be speaking to you about today, that even though the goal is to talk about longer term cognition, it's not ready yet. We're only 2 years in. So these are the people who are in the cohort. The types of surgery that we had specified are very, very common surgeries in older patients. Arthroplasty, cholecystectomy, we've got a few cancer surgeries, hysterectomy and prostatectomy, for example, endarterectomy, so vascular procedures, and some spine surgery, that kind of thing. You can see it. Common, our total cohort's going to be about 7,500 people, and this is mostly women. The age of the patients was required to be 65 and up, according to the inclusion criteria, but the median age is 75, and we've got a range all the way up to 101 in this cohort. So we're able to capture truly the experience of surgery being an older patient in America. And the race and ethnicity breakdown is somewhat more representative than typical primary inception cohorts in that the HRS and NHATs are intended to be population representative. These are unweighted proportions. So with weighting, we may more closely recapitulate the US population, but at least there is representation from minoritized groups in this cohort. And if you kind of graph over time the cognition, and I've on the x-axis here, that's -5, 0, and 5 years, where people are having their surgery at time equals 0. And then on the y-axis is cognition. It's a latent estimate of cognition, which doesn't really have like a direct meaning, but it behaves mathematically pretty well. And you can think of it as more is better and less is worse, and maybe it's like a z-score. So over time, we can graph the degree of cognitive decline that these subjects are experiencing both before and after their surgeries, and that these cognitive trajectories that are averaged out across the different surgical procedures are different. So you can see already some pretty striking heterogeneity by procedure type, where people who are experiencing total knee and total hip arthroplasty, on average, are doing cognitively better than other types of surgery that older adults experience. And so endarterectomies, vascular surgery, is kind of down there at the bottom, where hip and knee arthroplasty are different. So there is differential baseline cognitive risk based on somebody's pre-existing trajectory, and we'll be including that into the modeling. Now, of course, we're also collecting data on rates of other stuff that happened afterwards, including delirium, infection, ICU admission, and readmission within 30 days. Those are all accessible to us through the Medicare linkage. Delirium, regrettably, as we fully expected, nobody's surprised, delirium is very poorly captured in Medicare data. So we use a validated algorithm, but of course, these proportions of delirium are wildly undercaptured. We could call this recognized delirium, but in preparation for this conversation, I wanted to explore the issue of delirium being very undercaptured, and that maybe we could be back calculating delirium risk based on risk factors that actually are captured quite well in the HRS data. So that led us to ask the question, how are delirium risk factors distributed across this cohort? Using some fairly recently published meta-analyses, we looked at the overlap of commonly described delirium risk factors and what we had access to in the health and retirement study data. And this work was done in collaboration with Hyun-Duk Ju, who is he's applying for residency presently. Tiago Avelina Silva is a Brazilian geriatrician, now doing research at UCSF. Grizel is our statistician, and then Sei Lee is a geriatrician himself at UCSF. So working together, we tried to figure out how we might better understand delirium risk factors in this cohort. So on this figure, a little fuzzy, these are the ones that we had access to that were very frequently described, right? Age, male gender, interestingly, comes out slightly ahead of female gender, although there's a decent number of papers that say, oh, female gender. BMI, latent cognitive ability, so baseline cognitive ability pre-operatively. Low education, current smoking, baseline impairment of activities of daily living, being in moderate or severe pain preoperatively, frailty, which we've calculated using sort of unintentional weight loss and vision changes and that sort of thing. And then a handful of medical risk factors, stroke, heart problems, lung disease. And this is how I'm going to be showing you these data. So this is a sort of look at the hysterectomy and prostatectomy groups. These are a bit small. But basically what we did was look through the proportion of older patients in our cohort, which again is a population representative cohort, that reported this risk factor. And then we used the color coding behind that, so it's like actual proportion or mean and standard deviation reported here. Then we used color coding to help highlight the things that were very differentially distributed among the different surgeries. And the color coding is according to standardized differences. You may have seen standardized differences as like the cool way to compare groups in a randomized trial, where it just looks at whether those factors are balanced between the two randomization groups or not. So any factor with a standardized difference of 0.1 or more is considered imbalanced in a randomized trial. That 0.1 would be kind of whitish on here. And so if it's red, that means that the risk factor is very highly differentially distributed, that's a high risk factor for that group. And if it's green, it means it's a low risk factor. And you can see that most obviously in gender, where 100% of the prostatectomy recipients were male, reassuringly, and 0% were female. And so, oh, yes, also we reversed the color coding for BMI because it turns out that having a high BMI is relatively protective for postoperative delirium in general. And then latent cognitive ability, where more is better. So across the spectrum of 10 surgeries, we'll drill down on them a little bit more, but this is kind of what it looks like. You can see that there are differences visually among the distributions of these different types of surgery. So the pain phenotype, which we'll talk about more, is knee, hip arthroplasty, and spine surgery. There's a general surgery phenotype of cholecystectomy, colorectal surgery, and hernia surgery. And then there's this vascular surgery phenotype, looking very red there. the orthopedic surgery types that we had, again, a priori included, but felt that they were best linked together here, are really characterized by moderate to severe pain as the sole defining risk factor for delirium across the cohorts. Now, of course, there's some, slightly more subtle maldistributions of factors, but fundamentally the degree of impairment of activities of daily living, again, because of physical limitations typically, and moderate to severe pain is really striking in this pain subtype. In contrast, the general surgery subtype on average tends to be relatively older. They experience a fair degree of multimorbidity. And you can see just sort of a blush across the lower levels there where frailty and medical comorbidities were just generally quite common in this subtype of people, generally, again, having cancer surgeries often. The vascular subtype is quite impressive, possessing maldistributed risk factors across the entire palette with the exception of pain. So the reason that I wanted to bring this, and this is all pre-publication, wanted to bring this to this group is because one, these groupings are fairly subjective, but we thought that they would be helpful. And why they might be helpful is that different population clusters could suggest different strategies. For example, the relatively isolated pain-related risk for delirium in the pain cluster, in this orthopedic surgery cluster, suggests that maybe this is not the group that needs a full geriatric assessment prior to surgery. If you're just looking at, trying to develop clinical pathways for these patients, that proactive multimodal pain management and early mobilization with PT and OT might be really prime for these particular people, but they may not need, again, a whole bunch of careful medication optimization and other types of prehabilitation. But on the other hand, rehabilitation to address limitations in this group, perhaps trying to mitigate, cognitive risk that's being conferred by the fact that a lot of these patients have lower education on average, and their latent cognitive ability at baseline was somewhat lower in this cancer surgery group, that you may have a bit of a window to try and optimize the comorbidities to improve their delirium risk outcomes. And that if you're looking for a group in whom really high touch interventions might be helpful, I would suggest the vascular group. We kind of intellectually know that, right? We all know that vascular surgery is high risk for postoperative delirium, but I don't think that I had fully appreciated the extent to which the risk factors in this cohort are very, very differentially distributed compared to other surgical patients. And so if you're looking for, again, a high risk group in order to apply a very intensive intervention to try and prevent delirium, this may be the group. So as far as disclosing limitations here, we did have, there's a mismatch in any kind of observational data set between when the factors are being ascertained and when the surgery happens. And these factors were on average ascertained about a year before the surgery. So we're talking about chronic profiles of risk, not just acute profiles of risk. The groupings are subjective, but we generally thought that they may be helpful again when sorting through interventions, but also I'm inspired by the talks that I've been hearing here earlier about biomarkers. Maybe, I'm impressed by the variety of different biomarker pathways or different potentially causal pathways for delirium, that these may also differentially distribute among different etiologies of delirium or different risk factor combinations for patients. And so, while I'm having a hard time organizing a lot of the information that I've previously learned, I would hope that one might be able to parcel out the biomarkers and risk pathways in a similar way that one might be able to parcel out the risk conferred by differentially distributed characteristics of different groups. And I will close there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Liz. We do have time for many questions.
Talk too fast.
Thanks, Liz. That was a great talk. So pardon my ignorance when I ask this question, but based on your presentation and the different sorts of comorbidities, do you think it's possible to subtype delirium?
I'd love to. Yeah, exactly. So that's my complete imaginary guess that perhaps these types of delirium are also somewhat different. When you see delirium in somebody whose only risk factor is inadequately managed pain in a total knee arthroplasty patient, that may be fundamentally different, maybe biochemically different. The treatment may be different. The phenotype even of the delirium itself may be different. And that I'm hoping that these groupings, which again, fairly speculative, I'm hoping that they may help us organize the tremendous amount of information that we have about delirium and start to think about things in ways that feel a little bit more splitty rather than lumpy. Because I've been involved in designing perioperative delirium prevention pathways in periop at my institution. And, you know, these patients come in with very, very different risk profiles. And we know that from an anesthetic perspective when we're doing anesthetic-based risk stratification. So why it would be any different for delirium, I don't know. You know, the tools we have are feeling fairly blunt presently. Like I can use EEG to monitor depth and hope that I'm doing a good job there. I can try and do multimodal analgesia, but having people subtyped out to say like, this is the intervention that's going to be most helpful for this person or this description of a population, I think may be really helpful in the way that we approach this clinically.
Thanks.
Yeah, Lay.
Thanks so much, Liz. A wonderful talk. I have a question about depression, and I've seen depression in many of the talks so far, and also the sleep disorders, vicious cycle, insomnia, and depression problems in the 3Ds, as we know. So, have you seen any differences in trajectories with people with depression? And I saw in your sample slide with the surgery types of females and males, and it's more prevalent in females. So can you comment a little bit about how that is a risk factor for both delirium and maybe cognitive trajectory after surgery?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if delirium or depression was on here. Yes, it is. Let's go back. Okay, bubbles are gone. So depression perioperatively is tremendously common, and that people often experience worsening depression, that this is strongly associated with subjective cognitive complaints, and so a subjective adverse cognitive outcome after surgery. We had hypothesized that new development of delirium would potentially be associated with worse cognitive outcomes. So that was one of our kind of aim to add this afterwards risk factors. Yeah, I think the understanding the way that depression changes the biochemistry such that it's pushing people towards a more delirium vulnerable phenotype is really important. I don't have sleep measures on this cohort, sorry. Don't have ketone measures either. But yeah, no, I think depression is another of those interesting factors, because if you identify it preoperatively, there are ways that we can potentially intervene on depression. And WashU is kind of taking the lead in some of this as well. So it opens up the possibility of a different sort of prehabilitation, a different sort of medication optimization. I'm not sure if that's getting to your question. Obviously, there are different distributions here, but maybe even beyond the question of depression, I don't know how to fix any of these in order to cause a better outcome. That work is yet to be done.
Hey, nice talk. I have a question. I was struck first by the trajectory slide and the difference in the risk of cognitive decline by type of surgery. And for example, the highest were things that seem to be elective, right? Like hip and knee replacement. Oh, maybe not hip, but knee replacement for sure seems to be more of an elective procedure versus endarterectomy. And then the slide you just had up earlier where the risk factors seem to look different by elective versus sort of emergent or urgent surgery. And I'm wondering if you've looked at that and how you consider sort of that decision, elective versus really kind of have to operate on this person or they're going to be.
So like that's kind of it is a perennial problem, right? The patients that seem to need the most optimization come to us with, in some ways, the most urgent problems. That often, for example, a patient with knee osteoarthritis has in fact known they need a replacement for like a year or longer, and that maybe they've been putting it off, and like they finally decide, and then they get their surgery date, and it's like 6 months away, and we have so much lead time with those patients, and yet they really have a fairly narrow spectrum of risk conferring factors, according to this analysis anyway. And then you can imagine an endarterectomy patient. Many of these vascular patients come in with a cold, dead foot. And, you know, what the heck do you do? Well, I guess I would hope that there would be impetus based on this work, for example, to say, these are the patients that maybe you can't optimize them preoperatively because of the urgency of their problem, but those are the people that I'd like to have a geriatrician see them right away postoperatively and do the kind of postoperative management that we think best supports brain recovery, knowing the extreme vulnerability at baseline. Okay, thank you.
We have some other comments and questions online as well. While we're teeing up our next speaker, Ms. Shawniqua Williams-Roberson from Vanderbilt. Perhaps we can have one last question here. Comments here. Very interesting talk and profiles when you consider the clusters from national survey data. Were you able to see different pre-surgical cognitive trajectories in different surgical cohorts, Liz?
Yeah, so the sort of very preliminary modeling we have does show that there are certainly different rates of cognitive change prior to the surgery for these different patients. You can't consider all surgical patients as a monolith any more than you consider all older patients as a monolith. And so we are building that into the approach for modeling and predicting postoperative cognitive outcomes, recognizing that even when I show you an average trajectory across different surgeries being different, that the individuals within those average trajectories are also very heterogeneous.
Thank you, Liz. Over to Shawniqua.
Great, thank you very much. It's quite a pleasure to be here and to share with this auspicious group. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am like to spend a couple of minutes now talking a little bit about what we've been learning at Vanderbilt on with respect to EEG-based biomarkers of delirium, particularly in the ICU. There have been a lot of studies that have been referenced up until now that that talk about our use of EEG, and specifically, I'm just going to focus in on ICU delirium a little bit. I'd like to point out that the data that I'll show you today are mostly funded by my K23, so thank you to the NIA for that. I'd also like to acknowledge other sources of support, none of whom have any influence over the work that I'll show you today. So while we were here yesterday, one of our colleagues sent us a text from Kings Island showing this ride that he was considering getting on, and I thought, you guys, it would be lovely if you guys were to go on a ride with me today, just to talk about EEG-based delirium indicators. So I'm going to share a little bit about a delirium indicator that we have been developing for delirium in the ICU. I'll look at how we have been examining its generalizability. And then I'd like to spend a little bit of time towards the end of it, just talking about some considerations for future delirium research, specifically EEG related. So first of all, though, taking a step back, why use EEG to monitor for delirium in the ICU? We've known for decades, a couple of decades now, that we can monitor for delirium in the ICU using bedside assessment, right? Like using the CAM ICU. And yet, we also know that research and reality are not the same, and that nursing CAM ICU assessments or other delirium assessments don't necessarily match what we see when our trained research assistants perform these assessments. There can be a discrepancy, but if we can harness the EEG, which is non-invasive, ICU compatible, and it shows nearly instantaneous changes that are associated with different brain states. So you don't necessarily have to wake a patient up each time you want to identify delirium or the risk thereof. Then maybe this could be an adjunct to the bedside delirium screening that we already have. And maybe we could even get some insight into the neurophysiologic changes that underlie the transition from delirium to post-ICU dementia or long-term cognitive decline. So as you know, as I mentioned, the EEG changes with different brain states. So here's just an example
of an EEG in the awake state where there's a preponderance of activity in the moderate to high frequency ranges, so alpha activity and beta activity, that is sort of 8 hertz and above, and that's around throughout the brain. And then here's an example in sleep where there's a preponderance of delta activity or slow waves, and in particular, it is punctuated, at least in stage 2 sleep, by these. Can you see my mouse? Oh, you can't see my mouse. No. Oh, there you can. By these sort of buzzes and which we call spindles that Dr. Polanco talked about yesterday, as well as K complexes, sort of characteristic findings in sleep, and then in deeper sleep, actually more characteristic slow waves. And then, in delirium, we can see completely different patterns. Again, a preponderance of the slower activity, the delta activity, excuse me. And then in coma, for example, you can, which is, as you know already, a state of unarousable unresponsiveness to the self or the environment. Also a form of brain dysfunction commonly seen in the ICU, but also shows a preponderance of delta activity, but typically very low voltage activity. But really, delirium on the EEG and brain dysfunction in general on the EEG can take many forms. So here's an example of a person in delirium in the ICU. Here's another example of a person in delirium in the ICU, and yet another and another. And these are all different scenarios where if we were to sort of quantitatively assess the amount of delta activity, for example, we'd probably get different numbers and may or may not even overlap with the numbers that we would get if a person were sleeping. That's actually referencing a question that Wes was asking yesterday. And as an EEG reader, I'm probably going to tell you all of these EEGs have generalized slowing, but they're all quite different. And so coming up with a sort of a single quantitative metric that sort of identifies them, teaching a computer to read these and identify delirium and distinguishing it from sleep or from other things is non-trivial. But we decided to attack this problem. And specifically, our central hypothesis was that there are objective neurophysiologic signatures of ICU delirium that really reflect its underlying neural processes and possibly predict its the associated post-ICU cognitive impairment. We attacked this initially in a small cohort of 25 patients. These were folks who had been co-enrolled as part of 2 studies in which my study was nested. They were ongoing studies at the SIB Center, the Insight ICU study that was enrolling patients in the trauma ICU, as well as the Mosaic study, which Nate had mentioned yesterday. I mean, we called it INMO EEG for short, but basically we enrolled folks who were mechanically ventilated on the ICU. We excluded folks who, my little brain disappeared, but we excluded folks who had gross brain pathology that would confound the EEG. We did perform 24-hour EEG recordings in these folks, and we had our trained research coordinators assess them twice daily, so once in the morning, once in the evening, using the CAM ICU. We took 5-minute segments of the EEG recordings contemporaneous with the delirium assessments, and we did a series of signal decompositions to sort of pull out various metrics that could be quantitatively analyzed in the EEG. We had about 29 metrics. So, with 25 participants and two delirium assessments per participant, we've got 50 observations, and we've got about 29 or 30 variables. Obviously, that's a mathematical problem statistically. So what we did was a penalized regression method to just sort of like reduce our variable space, knowing that a number of these variables would be overlapping in terms of their independent contributions to the detection of delirium. And I won't go into too much detail because I'm already running out of time. There's loads more that I want to tell you about, but we evaluated these metrics. What I want to point out here is that we identified 4 key metrics that independently sort of came together to identify delirium or coma in these 25 mechanically ventilated ICU patients. The one that was by far the sort of heaviest weight was the delta variability. So it was not necessarily just the relative delta power, but the degree to which that power varied over time in the ICU, over time in a short period of time in that 5-minute segment. But what we did was we combined all of these metrics, excuse me, to using their regression coefficients into a single indicator, which we called the EEG delirium indicator. And just for a first test of sort of internal validation, we looked to see, does that EEG delirium indicator accurately discriminate between those who are in delirium or coma and those who are not delirious? And indeed it did. It had a pretty decent area under the receiver operator characteristic curve, about 9.4, and that was bias optimized. We next looked at, again, this question of how does it change over the course of the day, and does it, overlap, if you will, with what might be identified in just regular sleep. So here what you're seeing is, as you recall, we did 24-hour EEGs in all these patients. So we grouped the ones who, over the course of the 24 hours, had none of their delirium assessments were positive for delirium or coma, and that was the green group. And then we grouped the ones who were always delirious or always comatose, that was the red group. And we charted in 1-hour segments their EEG delirium indicators. And as you can see, there was a pretty decent separation across the board. This black dotted line represents one of the 3 patients that we actually had that had differing assessment values. So this person was not delirious by the CAM ICU assessment in the morning, but then in the afternoon assessment had suffered delirium. And you can see that this at least is initially some proof of principle that this EEG-based delirium indicator is stable over the diurnal cycle. And then one last thing that our reviewers requested was actually to look at the long-term outcomes in terms of survival, and the delirium, those who survived had higher delirium indicators just on univariate analyses. So the first key takeaway is that this EEG delirium indicator, largely based on the spectral variability in the low frequency activity range, does seem to have initial phase validity in detecting delirium or coma in these mechanically ventilated ICU patients. But how well does it generalize? And so in order to get at that question, or the reason why we wanted to get at that question, excuse me, was because we know that 2 of the major risk factors for delirium, age and dementia, can actually have an impact on the EEG. And I'm not going to go into the background details about how we know that, but because of that, we looked to evaluate this EEG delirium indicator in a separate cohort of patients who we knew would have a high risk of dementia, but also have a high risk of delirium or coma. We chose a retrospective cohort of nonagenarians, patients over the age of 90 years. And we basically took a look at all of our EEGs from the past 7 years to try to pick out these folks. Again, not going into all of the details because I probably chose to show you too much data, too many slides. But the point being here is what we saw was that, that those in green that the greenish and bluish, those folks who did not have a history of dementia had a pretty good separation of the EEG delirium indicator with higher values, indicating folks who had better brain states. But among those who had dementia, there was less separation. And you can see this better with the receiver operator characteristic curve. So across the entire cohort, the area under the curve was about 0.79. That was a little bit better among those without history of dementia, whereas those with history of dementia, it was abysmal. We definitely did not see very good discrimination of this indicator for those participants. So key takeaway number 2 is that the EEG delirium indicator seems to overall adequately discriminate delirium among the hospitalized elderly, but probably not so well in the presence of dementia, this delirium superimposed on dementia. So one question after that follows from that is, what are the EEG correlates of delirium among patients with dementia? And we're just starting to get into that. So this is some preliminary analysis that we're looking at. We're taking our analysis a step further and looking into the network characteristics that we can identify using these full montage EEGs. And so this is some work that's being led by one of our neurology residents who's going into neurocritical care and is going to present this at the Neurocritical Care Society annual meeting. And basically what he's been able to identify is that using some functional connectivity characteristics that are some network-based statistic modeling that's typically used for functional neuroimaging, we're actually able to identify what seems to be a characteristic network that can distinguish delirium or coma versus no delirium at least in our small cohort. John was actually interested to see if this also applied or would distinguish delirium versus no delirium in our non-demented cohort, and it didn't. This network, it seems to be that the networks or the EEG characteristics in the dementia patients are completely different from those in the non-dementia patients. And I think that this is important to note because we need to sort of consider this as we are developing biomarkers and as we are thinking about how to identify delirium in our patients. We have to consider sort of underlying issues. So what other things will we get involved in? So one thing that I didn't mention is that our ongoing prospective data, so the validation cohort that I showed you was retrospective. We do have ongoing prospective work where we are recording EEGs in a study that's our InMode-2 study. Essentially, it's nested in the brain ICU-2 cohort. And we will be able to, with those data, both validate prospectively the EEG delirium indicator, as well as look at whether that delirium indicator actually indicates any sort of risk of impending decline. So is the person going to become delirious the next day or the day after? Also, we're very interested in seeing whether we can use the EEG to sort of discriminate some of the etiological phenotypes. Essentially, can we find specific EEG correlates of drug-induced delirium versus sepsis versus metabolic delirium, and we have some preliminary data suggesting that there are some specific EEG characteristics that distinguish those subtypes. That is right now in retrospective data only. We're also looking at, I'm very, very interested, and this is aim 2 of my K, is forecasting the post-ICU cognitive impairment. So can our observations in patients with dementia give clues to the early physiologic signs of post-ICU cognitive decline? So either the EEG-DI or some other aspect of that. My guess is, based on what we've seen in our nonagenarians, that it won't necessarily be the EEG delirium indicator itself, but perhaps a combination of that delirium indicator plus the bedside assessment. And if we see sort of a dichotomy between those two, that might be an early indicator of dementia in these patients. And then last but not least, we're collaborating with the animal core of the SIP Center that's led by my colleague Fiona Harrison to use the EEG correlates of delirium to sort of help us explore some of the underlying pathological mechanisms. Basically, the idea that, using the EEG signs of delirium in the animal models to help us elucidate some of the molecular changes. Where do I see challenges and what opportunities might we have? And I have just 1 more minute. This is the last slide. Well, sort of. The first of all, EEG delirium monitoring in the ICU should not be deliriogenic. So right now, the data that I've shown you are full montage EEGs that have the patients connected to a computer. We can't have that for long periods of time. I think they need to be limited montage, and I think they need to be wireless so that we're not tethering people to any machines. These technologies exist already. It's just a matter of studying them and how to actually implement them in the ICU. ICU, as many people have alluded to today, ICU delirium is not a single entity. And I do think that EEG can help us with that, you know, showing the different flavors of EEG may correlate with the different subtypes of delirium that we're seeing. And that may help us with treatment therapeutic approaches. And then artificial intelligence. So this is all the rage these days. And EEG is definitely in a prime substrate for use in artificial intelligence applications, but it needs high quality data and it needs lots of data. This actually might be something that the newly formed International Delirium Pathophysiology and Electrophysiology Network could facilitate. So we shall see about that. So thank you very much for going on this ride with me. And I'd also like to thank the village of people who have been collaborating and helping me along the way. You guys have been awesome.
Thank you. We have time for one question. Liz, I think you had to hand up.
That's super fast. I'm curious, I noticed that your index does not have diurnal variation, which was a surprise to me because of course, like people who are not delirious are going to be sleeping. There's sedation at play. Can you talk about some of the challenges of and how this index might react to sedation, to sleep?
Yeah, so what we have seen thus far, going back to that picture, what we've seen thus far is that, so one thing, there is a slight overlap, right? So, this is what I'm showing you are the median EEG delirium indicator, and sort of like 1 o'clock in the morning, with the 95% confidence, sorry, mean, the 95% confidence interval does seem to overlap slightly. So there may be something there. I think that there's a couple of things that this is identifying. I think that the EEG delirium indicator showing its because it's really sort of heavily weighted to the variability of delta activity over time, over that short period of time, might either represent the ability of the healthy brain to move between wakefulness and sleep pretty well, whereas the delirious brain, for example, would just have sort of, just the sort of be stagnant in terms of its relative delta power. So that's one possibility. The other possibility is that these folks in the ICU are actually, come on up so you can get your thing started. Another possibility is that these folks in the ICU are actually not sleeping very well. The sleep is fragmented, and these 1 hour segments are actually not picking up, they're picking up sort of a combination of wakefulness and sleep during that period of time. So either of those are possible, and we need to sort of dig more to find it out. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Shawniqua. Up next we have Vasunilashorn. She's speaking from Beth Israel Deaconess.
Thank you. I express my added gratitude for the opportunity to present our work among such an esteemed group of colleagues. So today I'll talk about ongoing efforts to identify the vulnerable brain in order to understand delirium pathophysiology. So as many of us are well aware, delirium is associated with a number of bad things: higher in-hospital mortality, post-acute facility use, long-term cognitive decline. We've heard all about it throughout this workshop. And of particular relevance for my talk is its association with greater incident Alzheimer's disease and AD-related dementias. And so we know that this relationship between delirium and dementia is bidirectional, such that among participants or patients with dementia, delirium is associated with an accelerated cognitive decline. And among participants who are cognitively intact, delirium is associated with incident dementia. And so while we know much about this growing epidemiologic association between delirium and dementia, we know far less first about the pathophysiology of delirium itself, although many of us in this room are actively working in the area. And we know even less about the shared pathophysiology linking delirium and dementia. So some initial work in the field of understanding delirium pathophysiology has really looked to the literature in Alzheimer's disease and related dementias to explore similar biological markers associated that may be potentially associated with delirium. And from work within our group, as well as that of others and that we've heard throughout the talk today and yesterday, points to the role of a heightened inflammatory response. And so I've just listed a few here, including nonspecific inflammatory marker C-reactive protein, as well as more specific inflammatory markers along the cascade, including interleukin-6 and chitinase-3-like protein or YKL-40. And I'll note that these markers also show similar associations with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. So this is a theoretical model that I have adopted kind of throughout my journey in investigating delirium pathophysiology. And within this kind of simplistic model, we have kind of adopted this idea that there's a stressful event, and in this case, a surgical event, that in turn elicits a stress response. In this case, we look at peripheral inflammation levels, and that in turn could result in either the presence or absence of our outcome of delirium. And we also acknowledge the potential role of understanding individuals who may be at risk or have vulnerable brains. And in this case, we are operationalizing this as a presence of certain genetic markers or genetic predisposition. So in one of my earliest projects looking at delirium, we looked at this relationship between apolipoprotein E and delirium, which is one of the most commonly examined genetic markers, and it has a known association in terms of having an E4 allele, which is the risk allele, being associated with increased risk of Alzheimer's disease. And in our study, within the Successful Aging After Elective Surgery, or the SAGES study, which enrolled older adults undergoing major elective surgery, and among participants who had no evidence of dementia at baseline, we found no association between ApoE genotype and postoperative delirium incidence, severity, or duration. And so going back to this theoretical model, we show this graphic kind of in a pictorial sense. And then that led us to question, well, maybe the relationship is not as simplistic as looking at one genetic marker and an outcome, but maybe there's a role of looking at multiple factors. For example, genetic risk and inflammation. And so this led us to question, is there an interaction of ApoE and inflammation on delirium? And what we found was, yes, there is evidence that there's an interaction of ApoE and CRP with respect to delirium. And so on this left panel are the results for just participants who have at least one E4 allele. And you see on the x-axis is the quartiles of inflammatory marker C-reactive protein. On the y-axis is the relative risk. And you see that individuals in the highest risk, highest quartile of C-reactive protein have a 3.3-fold increased risk of developing delirium. In contrast, on the rightmost panel, among participants who do not have the E4 allele, we do not see this increased risk or significant increased risk of being in higher quartile of CRP associated with a greater risk of developing delirium, and that this ApoE by CRP interaction was statistically significant. So based on this work, trying to understand brain vulnerability, we next asked, is there a better way to quantify brain vulnerability, moving beyond the candidate gene marker approach to looking at polygenic risk scores, which we've heard about a little bit in some of the talks yesterday by Lei Gao and Stuart Graham. And so this is really the emphasis of my R01 that I'll talk about today. And so the overall goal of the R01 is to really understand the vulnerable brain in the context of delirium and Alzheimer's disease, with a focus on looking at polygenic risk and inflammation. And our specific questions are twofold. So first is there a direct relationship between polygenic risk scores of Alzheimer's disease with delirium? And then second, is there an interaction of these polygenic risk scores with inflammation on delirium? And so within the R01, we propose to look at multiple data sets, including the SAGES 1 and 2 studies led by Sharon Inouye and colleagues, as well as 3 what we call here the Duke studies led by Miles Berger, as well as the UK Biobank. And I will focus today's talk on the UK Biobank since we are finishing up the genotyping for our clinical samples now and hope to present those findings soon. But to give you a little bit of background on the UK Biobank, as some of you may be well aware, and I think Leah talked about also doing work in UK Biobank yesterday, this is a large-scale biomedical population-based data set that focuses on understanding environmental, lifestyle, and genetic factors associated with health and aging. They enrolled participants age 40 and older. For the purposes of today's talk and this this paper will focus on individuals age 65 and older because we are interested in delirium and because of our plans to do parallel analyses in the SAGES and Duke studies, which also enrolled older adults. But we did sensitivity analyses looking at all of the entire cohort of age 40 and older, and I'm happy to talk more about that if there's time and interest. So for our polygenic risk score, there have been several that have been published in the literature. We focused on a few of them and opted to focus on the Zhang et al. Paper because this is the most robust polygenic risk score of Alzheimer's disease. It was developed based on a meta genome-wide association study and then validated in an independent cohort. And because there are no high-risk cut points for polygenic risk scores to date, we use sample-based quartiles to identify kind of these increased risk with the reference group of individuals being in the lowest quartile. For our markers of inflammation, this was measured at the time of enrollment. And we looked at markers that were available in UK Biobank and also identified in our prior delirium work, including the markers I mentioned earlier, CRP, IL-6, and YKL-40. And given the non-normal distribution of these samples, we also considered sample-based quartiles for each of these markers with a reference of being in the lowest quartile. For our outcome of delirium, we use the linked health records to identify delirium based on ICD-9 and ICD-10 codes from Dae Kim and Shani Herzig's work. And I know that there was a lot of robust discussions yesterday surrounding kind of identification of delirium, and Liz Whitlock also talked about kind of some challenges and limitations surrounding that. And we acknowledge that up front, in addition to kind of the challenges with kind of identifying the temporality of the delirium event, which Wes had mentioned earlier yesterday. But I really hope to convince you of the merit of using such population-based studies in this work, particularly when running parallel analyses with our clinical samples. And that there are certainly strengths with this work, namely balanced by kind of these relatively large numbers, which we may not be able to often obtain without pooling multiple clinical samples. So for our analytic models, we use logistic regression to look at the direct relationship between the polygenic risk scores and delirium, and then also looked at this interaction of the polygenic risk scores with inflammation on delirium. And I'll present those results in stratified by the inflammatory marker. So this is a snapshot of our sample characteristics. You'll see that among the 73,696 participants included in this study, 1,355 had delirium, which represents about 2%, a prevalence rate of 2%. Again, acknowledging it's quite low, but again, similar with other population-based studies and similar with what Liz had just presented earlier. Just looking at kind of the proportions of age in terms of distributions in the overall cohort and in the no delirium and the delirium groups, we see kind of as expected, what we call the young old groups showing the greatest proportion represented, followed by the smallest group at 1% or even less in the delirium group of age 71 to 73. In the overall and no delirium group, this sex was equally distributed with a slightly greater proportion of female in the delirium group. And I present the median and interquartile range for the polygenic risk score of Alzheimer's disease, first just to give you an idea for the distribution of the scores and also to make you aware that the scores can range from negative values to positive values. I also present the median for the inflammatory markers and just bring your attention to, which is an expected finding that the median levels of each of the 3 inflammatory markers in the delirium group is higher than the median levels in the no delirium group. So jumping into the main findings for our first question of the direct relationship between the polygenic risk score and delirium, we find evidence in support of this. And so in the rows, you see the different quartiles of the polygenic risk scores. And you see that for every increase in quartile of the polygenic risk score, this is associated with a greater odds of having a documented episode of delirium. And so individuals, for example, in the highest quartile of the polygenic risk score have a 62% increased odds of having a documented delirium. When we now turn to look at this interaction of the polygenic risk score with our first inflammatory marker of C-reactive protein, so again, the rows are the polygenic risk scores, and then the columns now are stratified by the inflammatory marker CRP in each of the quartile. So if we take, for example, looking at individuals in this highest quartile of CRP, you'll see that the odds ratios increase as you increase in the quartiles of the polygenic risk scores for Alzheimer's disease. So that among people in that lowest group, the highest quartile of the polygenic risk score of Alzheimer's disease, they have a 72% increased odds of having a documented delirium episode. And then also, if you focus across the columns, you see that across all of the quartiles of CRP, being in that highest quartile of the polygenic risk is also associated with a greater odds of documented delirium, ranging from 1.4 in the lowest quartile of CRP all the way to 1.76 and 2.0. These are the same kind of format in terms of tables, but now looking at the second inflammatory marker of interleukin-6, and we'll see the same kind of story. Again, if we focus on the group with the highest level of inflammation based on IL-6, you see increasing odds of having a documented delirium as you have increase in your quartile of the polygenic risk score. And then if you look across all of the columns of the IL-6 quartiles, you see that individuals with the highest polygenic risk score of Alzheimer's disease have an increased odds of having a documented episode of delirium, and that this ranges all the way from 1.08 for individuals in quartile 2 to 2.16 for individuals in quartile 3 of IL-6. And this is the last table showing now the results for YKL-40. Again, same format of the table and same overall kind of bottom line. In this highest quartile of YKL-40, you see this increased risk as you increase your risk of polygenic risk scores. And then if you look across the quartiles, we see these increased odds of having an documented episode of delirium among individuals in this highest quartile relative to individuals in the lowest quartile of the polygenic risk score. And notably, this polygenic risk score by YKL-40 interaction term was significant. So to conclude, we found that higher polygenic risk scores for Alzheimer's disease were associated with a greater odds of delirium, and particularly this was observed for individuals in the highest quartile of inflammation. For our next steps, we are actively considering within UK Biobank surgeries that are conducted also that have similar surgeries that have been conducted in SAGES and Duke. In order to be able to compare our results, and then we'll be completing these same analyses in parallel using the SAGES and the Duke studies. So I just want to end my talk with a quote that I am often reminded of in our SAGES Program Project Executive Committee that I sometimes attend, and it has become increasingly relevant to me as I move along in my career as a delirium researcher. And the quote is, "If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together." And it reminds me of kind of the earliest stages where I was thinking about the aims for my R01. And I'm very grateful to Lucy Roberts, who encouraged me to kind of move beyond just looking at the data sets that were immediately available to me. And she really encouraged me to look kind of broader in order to be able to kind of ask the more difficult questions and ask them in a more robust way. And so this has really led to a very nice and fruitful collaboration with Miles Berger, as well as with genetic epidemiologist Yishang Xu, who has led these analyses in UK Biobank. And like, as I had said, it has really allowed me to move beyond kind of the single variable and outcome approach to looking at multiple variables in a more complex way. Again, acknowledging that kind of the upfront work in doing this team-based science is not negligible. And so it does lead us to kind of begin slower, but that optimistically, we are very hopeful that kind of it will pay dividends in the long run. So of course, I wanted to acknowledge my collaborators. I mentioned Yishang Xu, who has spearheaded these UK Biobank analyses along with his team, Xibo and Mingyi, as well as Miles Berger and his team at Duke / now Stanford. And then the team within the SAGES study led by Sharon Inouye and Mark Antonio and others who I gratefully acknowledge, and also very, very thankful for funding from the NIA and the Alzheimer's Association. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Fa. I think we have time for one question. Yes, go ahead, Shari.
Great talk, thanks. Hey, wondering why you chose to look at both CRP and IL-6, because they are autocorrelated. IL-6 induces the liver to release CRP, and I saw that the risk increase was basically very similar. So I was wondering what the rationale was to look at those.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Shuri. Yeah, it was largely based on kind of our work identifying each of these markers as being independently associated with the delirium, but we do acknowledge in our own work, and as you know from your own work, that they are very correlated. And so we don't put them in the same model, but as you see, they seem to tell kind of a very similar story. But I think what is very interesting is when you look at those two markers in contrast to the YKL-40, we see kind of this very nice gradation of kind of these relationships with increasing YKL-40 levels and increasing kind of polygenic risk scores. So I think they seem to be capturing different things. And so that's exactly why we don't have them in the same model. Thank you.
Thank you, Va. Any other questions? Yes, is there one in the chat there? Thanks, Biren. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, Catherine's got a question.
Bob, if you were to do this prospectively, at what time point would you want to examine the interaction between the genotype and an inflammation marker? Perioperatively, would you want to do this pre-op, post-op, intra-op?
Yeah, I think that gets back to Shun's question too earlier about kind of when I think he asked John Newman about the epigenetic aging and when should we be measuring it. And you know, I was thinking it really depends on what your question is. What is your goal? Is your goal to try to understand kind of preoperatively what's going on and predict? Or is it to understand pathophysiology, how things change? In that first paper where we looked just at ApoE and CRP, we looked at CRP measured on postoperative day 2, because we're really trying to understand kind of brain vulnerability kind of throughout your life, and then what's going on in that moment to elicit kind of this outcome of delirium or not. And so that's the plan for the SAGES and the Duke studies, because we do have kind of these alternate time points. We have pre-op, we have post-op day 1 or day 2. And so we can look at those markers. And so the plan is to look at the post-op day 1 and 2 time points. But it'll be very interesting. We don't know what's going to come up, but it'll be interesting if the results are the same as the UK Biobank analyses or if they're different. And then we'll just have to figure out what that means. But yes, thanks for that question.
Thank you. Next up, we have Miles Berger, who will be presenting virtually. Can we have him share his screen?
Yep. Let's see. I'm sharing now. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's go to this. Okay, so thank you all for having me here. I wish I could be there with you in person, but alas, COVID has prevented that. But it's an honor to be here and to be talking with so many friends and colleagues and collaborators. I have no corporate or pharma funding. I have done some legal consulting related to this topic. So just a brief overview. We'll talk about EEG alpha oscillations under anesthesia, preoperative cognitive function, and post-op delirium. We'll talk a little bit about the thalamocortical basis for EEG alpha oscillations that you've heard about a little bit yesterday from Ben Polanka and others. We'll talk a little bit about this idea of thalamocortical dysrhythmia and the role that it may play in delirium. And then finally, the relationship between thalamocortical dysrhythmia and default mode network changes in the brain in delirium and other perioperative neurocognitive disorders. So I'd like to start with this figure from a paper now almost a decade old from Patrick Purdon, which sort of made a very interesting point. So this is a spectrogram. It shows the amount of signal intensity or power at different frequencies under anesthesia in patients of different ages. And what you can see here, can you guys see the mouse? Can you all see my mouse? Yeah, okay. So you can see this nice delta band, the 0 to 2 hertz or so red power here, intense red stuff. And then you can also see this alpha band here, but the interesting thing is the alpha band sort of disappears, or at least a lot of the intensity in it disappears after age 60 or 65. And this is interesting because people have known for a long time, ever since the 1970s, that anesthetics and specifically GABA agonists have very specific effects on the brain, and they induce this alpha oscillation. But here, Patrick and colleagues told us that the oscillation that you get actually depends on the patient's brain. It's not just a product of the anesthetic. And this kind of brings to mind a question that Wes asked yesterday: can you detect delirium while a patient is asleep? We used to think of anesthesia as similar to sleep, like the brain's just off, although that's not totally true in sleep. But I think this tells us we can actually gain some insights into brain function and by how it's responding to anesthesia. And that's a subject that I started thinking about as a resident, because I noticed there were some patients who were way more sensitive to anesthetics, especially older patients, than you would normally expect. And it always occurred to me that that must mean something was off or wrong with their brain, even though at that time people just said, oh, it's normal, just keep going, don't worry about it. So we decided to investigate this, and I teamed up with Marty Waldorf, a cognitive neuroscientist at Duke, and Charlie Giattino, one of his graduate students. And we did 32-channel EEG recordings in about 15 patients that were in another study we were doing. And then we also had BIS EEG recordings in about 35 of them. The baseline characteristics, these are our typical older patients, about age 70 on average, half male, half female, mostly ASA3s, so a stable life-threatening illness, something like stable angina. And what we found is there was a nice correlation between this intraoperative alpha power, 8 to 12 hertz oscillation, and pre-op cognitive function. This is effectively a Z-score for baseline cognitive function. And what you can see is you could tell this is intraoperative alpha power while the patient is anesthetized. So you could tell just based on what their intraoperative alpha power was, what their preoperative cognitive function was going to be like. Now, we heard earlier from Kate Price about all the wonderful work she's doing on preoperative cognitive testing, and there's a lot of momentum towards that. However, most places in the United States aren't doing that, and I think there's so much production pressure in surgical centers and hospitals to just get the surgeries done that we don't see the kind of preoperative cognitive testing we'd like to see across the board. But this suggests to us that even in its absence, maybe we could figure out something about the patient's preoperative cognitive functional ability just by looking at how their brain responds to anesthesia. And if you look at a heat map of the patient with the worst preoperative cognitive function versus the best preoperative cognitive function, you can see there's a very clear difference in how their brain is responding to anesthesia. This is the magnitude of that alpha oscillation over the front of the head. Then we wanted to look at, well, is this also associated with delirium? And here we looked at something called dose-adjusted frontoparietal alpha power, which adjusts the alpha power by how much anesthetic the patient is getting. And the reason we did this is there's been a bunch of discussion earlier today and yesterday about burst suppression and the idea that burst suppression is associated with delirium. However, you can put anybody into burst suppression if you crank up the anesthetic high enough, and that's something we do in certain neuroanesthesia cases for brain protection, like during aneurysm cases. So we reasoned that we needed a way to adjust for the amount of anesthetic that a patient was getting to really understand, is their alpha oscillation appropriate or inappropriate? It's sort of like looking at somebody's insulin level. You can't really tell whether an insulin level is appropriate or inappropriate until you know what their serum glucose is at the time that you're measuring their insulin. Same idea here. And so the denominator in this equation is 2.5 minus the age-adjusted MAC fraction, or the amount of anesthetic it takes to make somebody not respond to a surgical incision. That's 1 MAC. And so what you can see is in the patients with delirium, you do have this significant trend or significant relationship towards lower anesthetic adjusted frontoparietal alpha power, which matched kind of my intuition as a resident now 15 years ago, that there had to be something wrong with people's brains who had this very unusual sensitivity to anesthetic drugs. And then we wanted to know something about why different patients have this pattern of differential or very unusual sensitivity to anesthetic drugs. And in several of our studies, we've also gotten CSF samples to measure AD-related biomarkers. And so we could measure p-tau 181 and A beta levels in the CSF, and using cutoffs to determine who had abnormal A beta indicative of Alzheimer's disease or abnormal p-tau 181, also indicative of Alzheimer's disease. We could see that those patients with A beta or p-tau had lower dose-adjusted frontoparietal alpha power, the same pattern that we just showed was associated with delirium. So now this offers an explanation potentially for why some patients have this different EEG pattern. And it suggests that, to us, a simplistic model where either preclinical ADRD pathology or preoperative cognitive impairment due to other etiologies together lead to intraoperative decreases in anesthetized EEG alpha power and frequency. I haven't shown you the frequency data, but others have shown that as well. I think Ben showed some of that yesterday, that there's a decrease in the alpha peak frequency in patients with delirium. And that then this is then associated with postoperative delirium risk. So I think it helps us see how there's sort of these latent traits that we might not know of. We don't normally measure people's AD pathology or biomarkers before surgery. Many places don't measure cognition before surgery, but we can nonetheless tell those things by how their brain is responding to the anesthesia and therefore infer something about their post-op delirium risk. Now, the alpha oscillation that we've heard a lot about yesterday and today is provided by or a result of this corticothalamic oscillation here shown in this picture. And it changes from the unconscious state from the conscious state to the unconscious state, where you get much more of this alpha oscillation and these waves here that are almost like a spindle. Now, this is actually a picture of the thalamic nucleus that's responsible for vision, just to remind us all of kind of what the thalamus does. It's basically a relay station, although it's more complicated than that. But it relays sensory information from our primary sensory organs, like our retina and our eye, to our visual cortex. And then it does some additional processing together with these cortical areas. And there is this concept of thalamocortical dysrhythmia that's been described now for a long time. Rodolfo Linus and colleagues described this in the late 90s, where in patients with various different disorders, you would see a shift from the normal alpha peak frequency to lower peak frequencies. And that's basically the same thing that's been shown now in delirium. And we think that that emanates from a dysfunction within this thalamocortical circuit. So the thalamic neurons have sort of two different patterns. They have a tonic firing pattern, and then they have a burst firing pattern. And they can go back and forth between those two, depending on the inputs to the thalamus and so on. And the idea here is that if they get stuck in the wrong pattern of firing, then that can block their ability to effectively transduce sensory information from those primary sensory organs to these cortical regions. And Linus and Steriat had a whole model for this. I won't go into all the details of the model, but it goes into how different, either not enough input to these sensory organs or not enough sensory input, I mean, to the thalamus, or over-inhibition within the thalamus can lead to this lower rhythm or a shift towards this thalamocortical dysrhythmia, i.e. a lower alpha peak frequency, which can even move down into the theta range. And that can sort of prevent the normal processing of sensory stimuli, which you could imagine, I'm not saying anything is proven here, but you could imagine how that could result in some of the abnormal cognition and sensory processing seen in patients with delirium. This is from a paper from our colleagues in Italy last year, who showed that basically there is this shift towards this lower peak frequency in patients with delirium versus those without delirium, consistent with this idea I've been telling you about. And so, as I've said, you could imagine that if you're not processing external sensory information properly, that could lead to inattention, disorientation, confusion, some of the symptoms of delirium. The other thing that's interested our group is that there's a nice, strong connection between the thalamus here, right at the center of the brain, and the precuneus and posterior cingulate regions, which are hubs of the default mode network. And for those who aren't familiar with it, the DMN is a network of brain regions, basically midline and bilateral lateral regions that are active when the brain is at rest, when somebody's not really doing anything. And they normally shut off when a person goes into actively doing a task, a cognitive task of some sort. And so there's this tight connectivity between the thalamus and the DMN, which is interesting to us because we've previously found that this DMN region, the posterior cingulate right around here, is very involved in cognitive deficits after anesthesia and surgery. So this is from some work that Jeff Browndyke from our group did several years ago now, showing that after surgery, if you look at the posterior cingulate intrinsic connectivity contrast, and you look at that, it goes down in patients who have a drop in cognition after surgery. This is at rest. And that happens in cardiac surgery patients, but it did not happen in controls, suggesting that this region, again, is important for cognition, even though it's a network that's on when you're not thinking. Something about it needs to be on when you're not thinking. Sort of similar to the way, if you think of the way the clutch works in a stick shift car, you need the clutch to shift between gears, even though you don't need the clutch when you're in gear. That's one sort of metaphor for thinking about the default mode network and the posterior cingulate, that somehow you need it to switch between other active cognitive task networks. And indeed, others have shown that the posterior cingulate is less active in patients with delirium. This is a picture of a PET scan of a patient with delirium, and you can see the brighter colors emerge afterwards. And the brain regions that really showed the biggest difference and the biggest recovery after a delirium episode were the left and right posterior cingulate. You can see here we're both highly significant. And so this now helps us expand the model I just showed you a few slides ago from saying that thalamocortical dysrhythmia could lead to altered processing of these external sensory stimuli. This could result in some of these symptoms of delirium, but it could also lead to altered DMN activity and connectivity, and that could lead to distraction or increased internal focus. In other words, if your DMN is on when you're supposed to be doing an external task, it's going to interfere with that task. And our group has done some other work that shows that patients with cognitive deficits after surgery, that their DMN is still on when it should be off, when they're supposed to be doing a cognitive task. And since the DMN is responsible for sort of this sense of self or internal focus, you could imagine why it's not a good idea to have that on if you're trying to figure out a math problem or do something that's sort of an external cognitive task. And so I'd like to just close by concluding with a metaphor, which is that provocative stress tests can predict future disease. We all know this, and this is probably very familiar to all of us in the cardiovascular medicine setting, where we put patients on a treadmill, we monitor the activity of their heart in real time, electrically via an electrocardiogram, or even spatially with an ultrasound, basically with an echo. And based on the results of those electrical and echocardiographic images, we can then refer these patients for workup and treatment. Now, a lot of people have said, and we've heard people say yesterday and today, well, anesthesia and surgery or perioperative care is basically a stress test for the aging brain, which I think is a good metaphor, but let's think it through a little bit. What that should mean then is that we should be able to monitor the brain during anesthesia and surgery and detect specific changes in EEG patterns, such as either burst suppression or low amplitude alpha power or low alpha peak frequency, the thalamocortical dysrhythmia that I talked about. And then we should be able to make inferences from that about the patient's risk for neurocognitive decline and dysfunction, just like an ST segment change could tell you something about coronary artery perfusion of a specific part of the heart. And the hope is ultimately that we could move towards a day when somebody sees an abnormal pattern of EEG in the OR in response to an anesthetic, and instead of just saying, oh, that's curious, but we don't know what that means, instead we could then refer these patients for further workup, for treatment, even for enrolling in clinical trials that might test interventions designed to prevent delirium or lessen its severity. So with that, I'd like to thank our funding sources listed here, especially the Beeson Award that got this started and our current R01 that's testing some of these ideas in a larger cohort, and all of our collaborators from surgery and our patients as well. And here's many of the people who've helped do this work. Thank you all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Miles. We do have some time for some questions. Liz?
Hey, Miles, thanks for your talk. As somebody who uses intraoperative EEG and tries to sort of teach my residents what I'm seeing as far as alpha power and stuff goes, I super duper believe in alpha power. But at the same time, you showed some slides where the relationship between alpha power and the A beta and tau pathology and delirium, like it exists, it's P less than 0.05, but there's no kind of straight line that I could draw across in those graphs to discriminate between those who will become delirious or those who will have pathology. And so is that just like is there something, another feature on the EEG that's going to show that better, that's going to allow discrimination to the extent that, you know, a cardiac stress test, for example, we really do believe discriminates between people who do and do not have significant coronary pathology?
Yeah, great question, Liz. Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. It's not completely sensitive and specific, and I would not argue that it is. If we go back to the model of delirium as resulting from a mixture of predisposing and precipitating factors, I actually think of the EEG as really measuring predisposing factors, but in a nice tight electrical package, if you will. Because if you think about it, you can see these patterns before the surgeon ever makes incision, right? So you're seeing these patterns before the inflammation starts, before the sleep deprivation and pain after surgery starts, before all the other precipitating factors start. So to me, it's not surprising that this only shows you part of delirium. It's only showing you, I think, sort of who's predisposed to delirium, but it's not telling you how much of that is going to be precipitated by other things and so on. So yeah, I agree with you. I think it's only part of the way there. The other point I would make is that we are way, way far behind where our cardiology colleagues are in terms of our ability to read EEG compared to their ability to read ECG. Now, partially that's because the signal's much more complex. It doesn't have the regularity of the P wave and the QRS and so on that we see in an EKG. But I would say we're really just at the beginning of trying to understand what these EEG signals mean and what they mean spatially and so on. The hope is that we will get to a point where they tell us more specific things. Absolutely. Thanks for the question.
Miles, thank you for your question. Just two quick questions, or maybe they're more philosophical. So you've shown great data in terms of the alpha power, and it completely makes sense. So a lot of people are thinking about this, but alpha power is just one feature. You could have multiple other, is it the oscillatory alpha power? Is the alpha power dropout? Or certainly there are nonlinear dynamics there. So what you really be looking at. So that's one. And then number two, when you think about the fMRI data that you showed, every paper we look at shows something about the precuneus of the posterior cingulate cortex in context with anesthesia. There's a sense of it's a metabolically active region. So how should we really be thinking about that region? Because it's associated with everything.
Yeah, great questions, Sian. Yeah, and I agree they are a bit philosophical. To the first question, I would just say, yeah, I completely agree with you. There's a lot more to the alpha oscillation than just the amount of power, which I've shown here. There's the peak frequency, there's alpha dropout, which can happen in response to pain or nociceptive stimulation. Then there's, the relationship between the delta wave and the alpha wave and the phase amplitude coupling. So the short answer is I don't know yet, but I think that there's a lot of information encoded in different parts of these waves. And the different parts of the waves probably tell us different things about the underlying brain networks and cellular networks that gives rise to these oscillations. And so I'm hopeful that as we study them more, we can get more granular detail about what's dysfunctional within specific networks and maybe even specific cell types. As far as the second question, yes, the posterior cingulate and the precuneus do show up an awful lot. And fMRI, particularly with anesthesia. As many people know, those are two of the brain regions, the precuneus and posterior cingulate, that really shut off under anesthesia and that have been thought to be responsible for the loss of sense of self or the loss of consciousness that occurs under anesthesia. And they are very metabolically active. You could see that somewhat on the PET scans that I showed. So there is a debate in fMRI about whether, part of why these regions keep coming up is because they're just the most metabolically active. So they're regions where you can see change the most easily because you have the biggest drop, to see from activity downward. That being said, the connectivity analysis doesn't depend on signal power so much as the correlation between signal amplitude in different regions. So some of the data I showed, like the ICC, the intrinsic connectivity contrast, I don't think that that's just, here, let me pull that up here, this graph. The ICC, or connectivity, that's a functional connectivity measure. So it's not just dependent on the amount of power in that brain region or so on. So I think there is something to this, and it's not just an artifact of increased metabolism. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Miles. Our final speaker for the session actually is Dr. Oluwaseun Johnson-Akeju from MGH.
So thank you all very much. Thank you for inviting me to speak, Lucy, and thank you for making me the last speaker because I'm in between everybody's flight home. So I will try to make this reasonably short and targeted. And number one, great to be here, great to be in the midst of kind of like the brilliant minds in delirium science. In terms of faculty disclosures, I don't have much that could be related to this talk. But I think what I want to start off with is to really acknowledge kind of the work or kind of the talk that Wes started with yesterday, which meant 2-3 decades ago, the thought was, let's understand delirium and let's understand delirium through critical illness. I think right now we certainly understand that there are other types of delirium. We heard about delirium in SNF facilities, delirium in patients who come in with medical illnesses like urosepsis or UTIs. And certainly what we've been working on is delirium after surgery, which we term postoperative delirium. And within our world, we're thinking of it in the context of cardiac versus non-cardiac surgery. But as the world goes on, there is a sense that we need to get beyond just delirium as a term. And we need to be moving into kind of understand delirium at the subtype, endotype, or phenotype perspective. I think I was actually intrigued by some of the work that Liz showed right now that showed that patients with vascular surgery have perhaps a different trend, if you will. And if you start thinking about that cohort, hypertension, diabetes, there's a sense of maybe these are the patients that may benefit from GLP-1 agonists, and we don't know what that's going to do with delirium 10, 20, 50 years from now. So we as a specialty, certainly, or as a scientific field, I think, the challenge is to move beyond just delirium as kind of like this catch-all phrase, because it's just a collection of syndromes, if you will, towards a much more precise definition of delirium. So I will tell you one story, and I'll tell you a story about kind of like how we used to think about anesthetics and delirium about, I'll say 15 to 20 years ago. So in residency at MGH at that point in time, intraoperative teaching was, you learn something, but you may learn anything. So at that point, you go into the ORs and you can learn anything from ant colonies to the mating patterns of penguins. Your attendant just told you whatever they wanted to teach you. And you're like, well, I could probably be good at trivia, but I just don't know how this helps with medicine. But there was a day I was in the operating room. I remember one of the attendants came in. He brought up a bottle of like an anesthetic vapor, isoflurane, and said, yes, this stuff could strip the paint off your car. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting trivia. And I was like, yes, you can imagine what the stuff does to your brain. It will melt your brain. So right after that, there was this fear, obviously, that, oh my goodness, this thing is a terrible thing. So we thought anesthetics were terrible. Now, when we are inducing general anesthesia, we typically give a drug, we induce the state, and then we bag mask patients. And a lot of times you don't have a perfect seal. You're bag masking the patient and you turn on the anesthetic gas. And invariably you smell the anesthetic vapors, you know, something you get used to. You're like, oh, maybe because it's a headache, it doesn't cause a headache. After he told me it melts your brain, I will take a deep breath, hold it, turn on the anesthetic vapor, and then just not breathe. You know, so you're masking for about, I don't know, anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes, and I am like holding my breath, turning blue. So that's in essence how we did things. And you can imagine what my evals then were. Like, well, maybe a pretty good resident, but he's just weird and awkward during inductions. Like, I will nod my head to every question because I didn't want to melt my brain, period. But what do we know about anesthetic drugs now? I will share briefly overview a paper that was published recently, and it was published by a group out of WashU and also Canada. So Michael Avidan led the study. And in essence, they looked at over 1,000 patients, 4 hospitals in Canada, delirium as defined, postoperative day 1 through 4. They used EEG versus non-EEG guided anesthesia, and what they found was there's no difference between both groups in terms of, you know, who gets delirious and not delirious. So, you know, this is against what we'd learned, that the anesthetic vapors will melt your brain. Now, how much did it really give in terms of anesthetic drug? Obviously, they found a difference between the usual care versus EEG guided care, but the EEG guided care certainly was at 0.66. Now, 0.6, I'll say 0.66, 1 decibel point is really what we go to, you know, what most machines in the operating room will tell you, up to 1 decimal point of what the MAC is, which is the anesthetic dose that's sufficient for, you know, let's just say general anesthesia in this context with a muscle relaxant. So 0.6, even when I use brain monitoring, is what I'm comfortable with. And the question really is, how much lower can you go? I mean, you criticize the study. There's not much difference between a usual care and EEG group, but really 0.6 is a low enough dose. Question really is, how much lower could you go? Because you're worried about awareness under anesthesia if you get more. Now, apparently some people are very bold. There was a study that was done in 2013 where they kind of did an EEG guided care versus general anesthesia without EEG guided care. And they found a difference in the delirium incidence between both groups. And they went as low as 0.5, and they used the mean MAC in this case. Now, no study is perfect. Obviously, different patient populations, different ways of assessing delirium, but there was a difference here. The initial ENGAGE study that Michael Avidan did didn't find a difference between both groups in the context of delirium. There was a study, which is a sub-study of a larger study, that may have found a difference between both groups. But I think, you know, the real test is what happens when you don't give much in terms of anesthesia. And there was a study in New England Journal about 3 years ago. They gave patients spinal anesthesia versus general anesthesia, and they noticed that there was no difference between the delirium outcomes between both groups. There's another study that was performed in East Asia, did something similar. Spinal with no sedation, general anesthesia, no difference between delirium outcomes in both groups. So at a fundamental level, I think the take-home point is that patients may come in with their vulnerabilities, and that over time, we've done a great deal of, I'll just say, we've had a lot of improvements in how we take care of patients intraoperatively, and the incidence of delirium may be going down, but certainly anesthetics may not melt your brain. There's something else going on there, okay? So really, what is delirium? And I think this is what I'm trying to harp on, is that we need to move towards a much more biological definition of delirium. So as we all know, delirium is one of those things where we need to have certainly acute onset and inattention. And then you have either disorganized thinking plus altered arousal, altered consciousness, or you can have either one of them. 3 different states, quote unquote, but we all term them delirium. These are really just syndromes. I could certainly tell you what would give you all those states. I mean, I had surgery once. I got a narcotic and I must have been delirious like 30 seconds after I got the narcotic. So there is more to this in terms of just using a syndromal definition, but certainly it's gotten us to where we need to be. So how are we thinking about this? Well, we, similar to most of you, and what has been shared today, looking at surgery as a way of understanding delirium biology and using that as our model to hopefully try to get better at understanding how the brain functions. So the key here is at a moment in time, some patients get surgery, and we all know that cognition over time, we think it gets a little bit worse over time. And there's certain patients that they do get surgery and they have this acute issue, which is quote unquote delirium. And what we're trying to understand is who are these patients? What's the difference between this patient and the patients who kind of like follow the normal pathway? And can we use our understanding of this to understand a little bit more about delirium? Now, I'll go through some unpublished data real quickly. We've been trying to use the ATM framework to try to understand delirium a little bit better. And what we're finding out is that patients who develop delirium much more likely to have increased tau pre-op, amyloid beta, certainly 40 and 42, and also NFL. And right after surgery, as we've been talking about, surgery is an inflammatory, and I mean, it changes a lot of biology and physiology, that you kind of see a marked increase in all these biomarkers. But at a baseline level, what we're trying to understand, or what we're starting to understand, is that surgery is, let's just say, a way to understand differences between these two phenotypes of patients. Now, in the interest of time, I will recapitulate kind of like our model is really to try to understand the difference between these patients with the goal that if we understand the biology underlying this, maybe we could intervene to not only perhaps improve delirium outcomes intra-op, post-op, but also longer term, maybe we may be able to kind of intervene on that longer term outcome or curve. So what we certainly know from biology is that extreme phenotypes, most often than not, have a genetic component. And we know that delirium in of itself is an extreme phenotype. There's nothing shocking enough than going to have a post-op visit on one of your patients and you notice one person could do the crossword puzzle, New York Times, and the other person is just kind of confused. So can we start looking at kind of what the genetic components of this could look like? And so we try to do this in one of the studies that we've been working on, unpublished data, but we completed the MIND study recently. We completed about 2-3 years ago. And the MIND study was really a patient of 394 patients. We tried to give an intervention, which was dexmedetomidine, to reduce the incidence of delirium. And we found that in this cohort, dexmedetomidine did work. But really, I think the key thing was to try to say, okay, can we use this cohort to understand the biology a little bit better? And so when it comes to biology, obviously we've done a lot of different things. We've tried to look at the proteome or proteomics. We've tried to look at lipidomics, but we've started to try to understand kind of the transcriptome of things. So what we did was we did a discovery cohort of some sorts, and then validated findings in a larger cohort. And I'll just show you the data real quickly. So in the discovery cohort, about 51 patients, what we did was we took whole blood transcriptomics, and we analyzed about 17,000 transcriptomes. And what we found was that one transcript, C4-BPA, was significantly downregulated in patients who were prone to postoperative delirium. So this is pre-op data. C4-BPA obviously is a member of the complement family. What we try to do afterwards is try to understand, okay, so, you know, this is data from transcripts. Can we validate this in the qPCR model? And certainly was validated. And we try to look at this in the context of proteins. And we looked at kind of the correlation between C4-BPA transcripts and also the protein in the serum. We didn't find much of a correlation, which gives you a sense that this may be an intracellular problem and not just a kind of like something in the fluid phase. We went ahead and tried to confirm this in all cohorts. And more importantly, C4-BPA lies on chromosome 1. It's this region that's called regulators of complement activators. And we wanted to look at kind of like the genes that were adjacent to it. And we also picked another gene as a negative control of some sort. And certainly what we found and confirmed was that C4BPA and a gene that's close to it, CD55, were both downregulated in patients who were prone to delirium, which gives you a sense, and similar to what was talked about earlier today by kind of John Newman and his team, is that as we grow older, there are probably epigenetic changes. And who knows what's going on within this region, if you will, that's causing kind of downregulation of this transcripts, but it seems like these transcripts are important for delirium after cardiac surgery, if I'm going to be specific. Now, to be actually even more specific, I think it's very interesting that C4BP has been associated with the amyloid beta pathology for years. In the 1990s, I think the initial papers show that it binds to amyloid beta and it's seen in amyloid plaques. We did some more studies and, okay, can't go back. Okay, so I think we did some more studies in the entire cohort and we certainly validated this finding. And the way we're starting to think about this biology is that C4BPA certainly downregulation may be upstream of everything else we're seeing in terms of inflammation. So the IL-6 data that we discussed today, the CRP data that been discussed today, and we certainly have intuition of kind of like how this may be regulated upstream. And the lab is working a little bit more on trying to understand this and actually codify this longer term. I think the question really is this a cell or neuronal cell autonomous process, or is this a non-cell? Let's just say it comes from the periphery and something happens and we kind of have a non-cell autonomous process going on. You know, there are lots of questions to be asked there. Are we talking about lymphocytes, monocytes? Are we talking about granulocytes? How is this regulated? And I think we're very excited about following this up. So with that, I want to close by saying three things. In our cohort of patients who develop postoperative delirium after cardiac surgery, we are finding that C4BPA and CD55 activity may underlie postoperative delirium. We're excited about following this. I reached out to Ben Palanca and his team on Kendall recently to try to look at their data set, because not a lot of people collect whole blood transcriptomes or at least RNA data prior to surgery in most of the clinical trials. The other thing I want to share is transcriptomics may be advantageous for allowing detection of cell-confined biomarkers. We spent a lot of time, and I certainly spent a lot of time looking at proteomics and other non-cell confined biomarkers, but this is certainly the largest signal that I have seen in the context of this. And I think it's important to explore genetic and epigenetic underpinnings of postoperative delirium because they may be important for unveiling new targets to improve brain function at large, not just postoperative delirium, but at large. And with that, it's important that I thank a lot of the brilliant minds that did all this work and have collaborated with me, as you say, in the short term and certainly over the years. We have Lei Gao who's sitting over here, but a lot of people are listening in. Jia Kang, Havo Lee, Tina McKay, Ariel Mueller, Jason Hugh, James Ree, Chris Simon, Matthew Smith, Kwame Waredu, who's an anesthesia resident, and the person who actually did all the work I presented here is a tech who's called Kelly Ockham-Greaves. So thank you all, and thank you to the NIA for supporting our work.
Thank you, Shiyun. We have time for a question. In that case, I will take a question here. One of the things I think is really exciting about the complement work is that not only can you think about its impact on neuroinflammation, but the complement system is also involved in synaptic pruning and synaptic formation. And can you speak a little bit more about that in terms of whether you'd expect people with complement overactivation might be more prone to having hallucinations and delusions?
Yeah, so we're still kind of like at the nascent kind of part of this kind of data. But the question, you're right. So it's like, okay, so where's this really happening? And is this what cells? So if it's at the neuronal cell level, then there is a sense that if you have in cells. If you have decreased complement activation, it probably leads to increased cell death downstream. If this is something that's happening at the periphery and you are, who knows what, you are vacillating fast track an inflammatory cascade. It could be IL-6, it could be certainly other things. It could be things in concert. IL-6, yes, and 10 other things that perhaps fast track issues in the vulnerable neuron. I think what we're learning is obviously after surgery, a lot of patients have increased tau, increased NFL, but the patients who have post-op delirium have a much more kind of exaggerated increase, if you will. So there's something going on there. There's some vulnerability similar to what everybody's talked about. There's a vulnerability, which is, this seems to be associated with it. And I think more to come, okay?
Nicola has a question as well.
Yes, that was a great talk. I'm wondering how much you think this response is specific to cardiac surgery versus some general coagulation cascade that might happen throughout different procedures.
Yeah. That's a good one. And I'll say it's a good one because if you look at orthopedic surgery and delirium after orthopedic surgery, you have increased not just tau, but increased phosphorylated tau, which makes you think those patients are further downstream that continuum of sorts. If you look at patients with at least the data that's out there, patients after cardiac surgery, they don't have, or it doesn't seem like they have phosphorylated tau increases, which makes you think they're a little bit upstream, such that, you could argue now that cardiac surgery, cardiopulmonary bypass, and that's why we chose this model, is this precise and kind of, it's a precise and kind of, what word should I use? It's a trigger of some sorts that will kind of help you see this. Now, if you look at tau, orthopedic surgery and after cardiac surgery has a much more exaggerated, so it's possible that this is a cardiac surgery specific thing. But I think, the next step is, can we understand this after orthopedic surgery? Can we understand this after vascular surgery? Can we understand this in patients who are septic in ICU? And over time, what's changing in these patients? Because certainly if you look at the EEG of those patients, they come in looking healthy. And within 2 or 3 days of sepsis in the ICU, generalized slowing or decreased amplitude. So something happens biologically, and we kind of need to be understanding the dynamics of things, and not just the snapshot, if you will.
Great. John, we have time for your question, if it's a short one, before I turn it over to Lucy.
Thanks. Yeah, quick one. Great talk. And I love that you're using a clinical trial to do discovery biology afterwards. So I'm curious what lessons you've learned that might be of use to others about how to, how to design clinical trial protocols so that they can have second lives as discovery biology platforms.
Yeah, I think with trials, okay, a statistician once told me the right study is a study kind of like you wish you had done when you're analyzing the data. So that's the one end of things. But with trials, I think we spend a lot of time kind of at the outset. So really for this trial, we set it up around 2015, and we spent a lot of time thinking about, okay, this is an explanatory trial. We want this to understand biology. So it was like DNA and RNA, and when are we collecting things? So we're very thoughtful about this. Obviously, it's time intensive, but it's very helpful to think of it kind of at the outset. Now, we're planning another trial called the MINDS-2 trial, 1,800 patients, multi-center, 13 centers, and we're in the process of actually thinking through how best to do this. Like, what do we want to collect in the most efficient manner? But we also want to make sure data is available for kind of the entire world to kind of use it to understand biology. So, I mean, after your talk, I started thinking, should we be collecting fat cells? So that's where we are and thinking about kind of what needs to be done. So it's not perfect. The tools that we have now are what we're planning the trials around, but it's also trying to think into the future of like, okay, what tools will be out there to be able to fundamentally decipher biology.
Great. Thank you, Shayun.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thanks to Lucy for organizing all this.
So this concludes the presentations. We're going to take a break and grab some lunch, and then we'll come back and sort of have a roundtable discussion. For those of you who are in our virtual audience, this is the end of the webinar. Thank you for attending. And for anybody that you know registered who couldn't make it, once we have the recordings captioned and all of that, we will post them on the website and we will reach out and let everybody know that they're available. Okay, so thank you very much. For those of you who are waiting for lunch, let's see, the chopped and the Lebanese taverna are in the kitchen. The leftover Chinese food is over here along with some plates. Please remember that we have at least one shellfish allergy in the room, so I put a spoon on top of every container. Please make sure you use the container. Don't mingle things. And let's come back here ready to eat and discuss in 15 minutes. Does that sound good? I'm sharing, and I put some questions that I intend to be thought probes. Some of them are, you know, sort of the standard types of questions that we look for when we're doing a portfolio analysis, and some of them were prompted by the presentations. So let me just run through them, and you can keep them in your mind as we talk. As you consider the 4 sessions that we've had here today, in the past 2 days, what are the current growth sectors within delirium research that are flourishing? What are the intractable problems that need to be addressed to advance the field? I know that a couple of each of those have come up during this meeting. How do the factors that we've explored across the different talks converge? And that, you know, obviously is one of the big questions that we've been probing as we've gone through. And then a pointed question: are there research resources or research infrastructure that would make a difference in your team's ability to pursue delirium research? And are there opportunities to leverage secondary data that would benefit from a coordinated effort? And then a requisite question is, how can we better include persons from underrepresented groups, including racial and ethnic minorities, rural population, and disadvantaged persons? This is a unique problem in delirium research because you can't predict who's going to wind up in a study in advance unless you're working with this elective surgery population, and even then you don't get a lot of time. And then how can AI facilitate delirium research? That was a question that came up in the Q&A yesterday, and it's a very good one. So why don't we start at the beginning and just sort of as we go through, think about. Becky, one of the questions that came up yesterday, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I asked the question yesterday about the Medicare Advantage data because Medicare Advantage participants tend to be younger. Yes. And they tend to be healthier. And so I wonder how much of a sort of blind spot that is and how much of a disadvantage it is that it's not available. And do you think that the data are sufficiently similar enough that if we had Medicare Advantage data, it would be comparable to Part A and B?
Right, so this is a big problem, actually. It's the largest growing, it's the largest growing segment of the Medicare program is the Medicare Advantage group. And so we don't have the same amount of data collection, which is an unfortunate byproduct of some really bad decisions made a long time ago that basically told managed care organizations they didn't have to contribute data the way the fee-for-service program did, and it's never been rectified. There is something called encounter data, but everybody I know that tries to use it say it's still not reliable, has a lot of messiness to it, and you can't count on it the way you can fee-for-service. So this is a much larger problem than just, you know, delirium. And if you don't mind, what I'd like to dovetail on here is the problem of not having ICD-9 and 10 codes of delirium in our data sets is a huge problem. And you've heard that multiple times. We're facing under recognition because they're not being recorded in the claims data. That's a huge problem, and that's something that I don't know how we fix it, but it's really hampering us.
And the issue there is that basically it's only documented if there's a billable cost associated with it. Is that right?
Well, yeah, there has to be a claim, yes, but the claims can have multiple codes on it, and I don't know why, but we're not coding things with delirium on.
And I wonder, that seems to actually dovetail on, you know, the Kate and Biren's talks today about, you know, if we were systematically screening for delirium and, you know, doing a better job at prevention, that, you know, we might actually be documenting these things as well. Or do you think it would wind up in the electronic health record and not in the billing code?
Well, either would be better, but then nothing. But right now, I mean, like we're to the point where we're apologizing for the fact that we know we're missing so many people because they're not recognized in our data sets. It's a problem.
Is it because there's a lot of overlapping or conditions like encephalopathy is one that, you know, we're kind of, you know, folks are incentivized to bill because it's a critical care billing code. And so maybe, you know, that is being billed rather than delirium. So might be a terminology issue. On a maybe related topic, we've talked here about how there seems to be a lack of urgency around delirium and awareness and urgency. And, you know, is it too late to re-term this as acute brain failure, as something which is, you know, would raise more urgency like heart failure or acute renal failure or something like that, you know, and I think maybe that would be more compelling for people to kind of see the downstream consequences of, you know, delirium essentially.
I'll just chime in that I believe that one of the challenges we face with identifying delirium or behavioral change is that there is no baseline. So post-operative leave, or when patients come in, they may come in without a caregiver or a patient family member. But at least post-operatively, many times the staff member who's doing a delirium assessment does not know what their baseline was, does not know if there has been a change. And so that's a very important point. At least pushing baseline recognition or baseline assessments from a delirium standpoint to get at least that charted would be beneficial. Yeah, and I think that that's something that can happen from an administrative standpoint through Medicare, requesting or encouraging and providing incentives to hospitals where there is routine charting at baseline and in post-op, just like with the geriatric verification program, but involving a delirium evaluation.
When I'm on service and I am writing my notes for my patients and I get bugged on day 2 or day 3 by the coders, it's always about, if it's related to the CNS, it's always about coding toward encephalopathy instead of toward delirium because of incentivization for money. So I think it's all about the money. And years ago, I was asked to come speak at CMS about this very topic. And they wanted to make delirium a more prominent coding situation. And it never really happened. And I'm not certainly an expert, but I'm asking people like Liz, Becky, you know, what y'all think about what should be done. Maybe somebody like, I'm thinking like Ken Langa at the HRS, people who do this large database work with Medicare, there's got to be some, it's got to be a follow the money thing, but what could we do to make that coding better? Because when you do your data analyses and they're missed, it's just this huge invisible void. It's like a black hole. And I'm telling you that when people like who don't do your research read the papers, we know that there's these problems, and you acknowledge it in your limitations, which is great. But we're all going, yeah, I know, but now what do I do with the information? Like, how do I trust this information when you know and I know that things weren't coded accurately? So it's a real problem in our field. I mean, you talk about intractable problems. I mean, second question, this is the one.
So John has posted a comment in the chat. John, you want to unmute and talk about your question?
Sure. On the subject of coding, FA presented analysis with UK Biobank data, and as she said, the identification of delirium in biobank is definitely underdiagnosed and difficult to know how to do gold standard. But if there were gold standard delirium identification among UK biobank participants, that would open up all of the enormous biology that biobank contains to apply to the delirium field. And that the scope of that is unmatched. Hundreds of thousands of people with, whole genome sequencing, metabolomics, proteomics. There could be so much identification of biological factors of delirium risk and prevention. But identifying cases is something, it only needs to be done once, but it needs to be done really well for all of that to be useful. And I think that's an interesting opportunity for one of your bullet points, Lucy, leveraging secondary data that could really help the field.
Not to mention the AI question.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Stats.
Well, pardon my naivete, but like, why isn't delirium paid for? It interferes with the provision of care. It is clearly a risk factor for terrible later outcomes. I feel like it is clinically very important and fair. Like, maybe we didn't appreciate that 10 years ago it was clinically important across the board, but I think that this is consensus at this point, that delirium is clinically very important, not just for the hospital stay and the provision of care at the moment, but for later outcomes down the line. And like, helping, if it were paid for, then nurses would be doing it because the hospitals are being incentivized to make sure that they're collecting the data. It just seems like quite the arbitrage here, where everybody would get what they want, including better care for these patients.
I think also in the lens of delirium, it's important to think about, at least in the ICU, what motivates us. So, when we go to the ICUs, they'll have posters up of, we've gone 200 days without a central line infection, without a other hospital acquired infection. I've never seen a single poster of we've gone this many days of continuous delirium assessments on every patient. I've never seen a single poster in most of the ICUs I've worked in with the word delirium on them. But if we can't actually improve our delirium practices just by focusing on delirium, we can look upstream at the consequences of delirium, like length of stay, in terms of leveraging some of these databases, and work on better transparency in terms of how our units are doing. I cannot tell you how my ICUs are doing. I work at 3 different ICUs, and I don't know how we're doing in terms of these key metrics like length of stay or mortality or discharge to a non-home facility. And I think if we start to at least look at those things with the administration, then they'll start to look backwards at what can we do to impact these outcomes, which are important not just for costs but also for patients. And then upstream of that, at least, what we're trying to do is look at, where at the grassroots level can we intervene? I'm always asked like, oh, can you talk to some of the physicians about this problem? And most of the ones I know have received some level of education, but this goes very, very deep. And it's not just to nurses, but every layer of a hospital. So if we have an issue, let's say with infection, everybody gets lectures on hand hygiene, right? Or PPE. Why don't we do the same thing with delirium? So I think we can attack from both ends. And then, I hope that people, as part of the enlightenment process, will discover that delirium is a key connector between all these things that can be intervened upon.
So I have a couple of questions to follow up on that. First of all, I'm wondering, of all of the sort of biomarkers and indicators that we've looked at during this workshop, which of them do you think would be the most persuasive in convincing people that certain people need to be flagged or certain people need to be treated with additional concerns? And then my other question is, what if there was a report card that talks about, and this is sort of what the American Heart Association and the American College of Surgeons has been talking about, but you know, when I drive down 95, there's a hospital near Quantico that has this big sign on the highway that tells you what their emergency room wait time is, right? And I wonder, you know, what if we had big signs on all of the websites that said, you know, what their length of stay, what their, you know, what their outcomes are for geriatric patients if they want to be a geriatric, you know, quality center of excellence. I mean, do you think that would work? Do you think it would help?
I think it would help, at least from personal experience. I think yes, the biomarkers are all, they're all very important. And I think we're going to learn a lot more about mechanisms and hopefully figure out some drugs and other things that can help with delirium. But at least in the short term, we have enough advocates who can go and visit these places, like Vicky from UCLA, who I didn't tell the rest of her story. Her next episode of angioedema, after I met her, was in 2014, she emailed me and she said, you know, we were talking about the Delirium project, and she said, oh, by the way, I'm on a ventilator right now. But I declined sedation, and I told them to sync me up with the vent, and I'm fine. And we were emailing back and forth. And she was extubated after 2 days, and she walked out of the hospital. But that completion of her story, night and day, that's all we need. It's so simple. It's so simple. And so, you know, I hate to sound cheesy about it, but I think that, you know, the billboard approach of someone like Vicky saying, you know, this is what happened. My hospital saved me from certainly a terrible fate could go a long way. And I think we can do a better job of that.
That's, you know, if you think about SMRs, like standardized mortality ratios, if there could be some report card that leveled the playing field across. I got a call yesterday from a woman in South Louisiana who who thinks she has long COVID, and she's in her little rural area. She's getting referred for the cognitive problem she's got now. And she said, my doctor says there's no such thing as long COVID. Where can I go? So I'm helping her find another place to go where somebody has this clinic. But what if in the rural hospitals and in the city hospitals, people cared about something because they were going to be graded on it. And then they knew that the old people would know where they can go to get safe care. It makes so much sense. But my question to you back, Lucy, is can the NIH work with CMS? Can these two governmental organizations work together? Because one's in control of coding and billing and one's in control of research, but it seems like the research people need to influence the coding and billing people.
I think that's a Molly question. But I can tell you that we see CMS at important places, like, you know, when AARP hosts, you know, a roundtable discussion, CMS tends to be there. So they're very interested in delirium.
But I mean, in 20 years, we've built a delirium awareness at the NIA. You two women have done that. And there's this huge swell of concern and worry. And I hope we can use the word delirium, Shori, because we worked really hard to get people to worry about delirium. To change it again would be a marketing problem. But why can't the NIA then use that influence and that growth, Molly and Lucy, to go to the CMS people and say, look, we've worked for 20 years on this. We've got now all these millions of dollars of studies. Y'all need to help us do a better job with that second question right there. And the AI question and the.
So we can't go to a sister federal agency and tell them what to do. We do have, and also NIH itself we're in the business of funding biomedical research, not getting into policy. So yeah. That said, we do have colleagues in our Division of Behavioral and Social Research who do sort of deal in that interface somewhat with CMS, or at least, you know some of the players. You know, potentially we could speak with them and ask them if they know of any way forward, or it would likely be more from the group here, those of you who might be going to them.
We could
You've
certainly
had
share a report
interface,
with her.
well, Wes, you've had interface with Sherry Ling. Remember when you and was it Malaz? Ed Marcantonio. Malaz, wasn't it Bustani? No, not the time I'm thinking about. No, it was not him. But at any rate, because I didn't know Jose at the time, and I told Sherry who to invite. So oh, you have? Okay. But, well, that may be, but, that's something that could be reinvigorated or, sort of reestablished.
Oh, so I just want to point out that I believe the push to have a grade or some sort of banner that a college or a hospital can flag or show will only work for certain hospitals. And those will be the hospitals or the universities that are affiliated that are in the ivory tower, I would say. So for example, where I am, we're Medicare and Medicaid based income, right? We don't have private insurance. Our hospital does not care about a flag at all. And trust me, I've tried. I've tried to push the age-friendly, age anesthesia-based and tried to get them to sign up even for the geriatric verification program to be listed, even though we've been doing it way before that came out in 2019. And they refused because there's a pay associated with it, or they believe there is a pay. So there has to be some sort of reimbursement or positive that they acquire financially to make that change. And at that time, then there will be, in my opinion, and again, I'm a little jaded, but from some of the work that we've been trying to do, is just that there are many, many people who want to do it. They want to have the time to pay attention to delirium or assess it, but they don't have the time. They do care. So those are just some points.
So if I were to just make two quick comments. Number one, I think everything boils down to finances, or most things boil down to finances. So yes, we could have people pay for delirium, or at least I think what's going to eventually happen is most people will code delirium and your databases will be thrown off completely. So you'll have 80–90% instances of delirium in your databases. Number two, if I were a hospital administrator, why should I really care about delirium? And the question is, if you're able to show that I reduce the hospital length of stay even by 0.5 days, in large healthcare systems, you're talking about multi-million dollars. I think a hospital president or CEO will implement this kind of at scale if the intervention is easy to implement. So I think we have to figure out, or at least make a financial case. And until then, I think it's just going to be tough for most hospitals.
ABC get funded that outrageous 30,000 patients, delirium reduction.
Easy to implement.
I'd like everyone to know that recently CMS was soliciting public comment on proposed rules for the upcoming cycle. On behalf of the American Delirium Society, our president, Mark Oldham, did advocate for its redesignation of delirium as a major comorbidity or complication, such that facilities wouldn't misbill for what would be covered more by CMS, which would be toxic or metabolic encephalopathy. He spearheaded this route among over a dozen associations, including American Thoracic Society, American Society of Anesthesiologists, who I interfaced with, Society for Critical Care Medicine. So a number of organizations across thousands and thousands of members, and we're hoping this type of public comment might draw some additional eyes on declaring delirium as something that really should be billed for and reimbursed for.
Is that a request for information that was responded to?
Public comment, request for public comment.
Okay. Is it still open?
Unfortunately, no, it's closed at this point. It's closed.
I was going to say, when you see those, an experimental unit is a response. So each one of you can can log a response. So let's go back to biomarkers and prediction factors for a moment and think about whether, any of those things that we've been talking about are sort of ready now to be factored into some sort of operationalizable something, a tool that would allow us to be ready and know who should be focused on in studying delirium and designing studies. I'm not really sure how to ask the question, but I'll just open it up to all of you. Shawniqua.
So I have a comment about that. I feel as though we've seen a lot of work today, these last couple of days, about efforts to sort of subtype delirium and see, really sort of get at the fact that it is heterogeneous, both in terms of etiology and in terms of presentation and probably in terms of underlying pathophysiology. And what I would love to see is some sort of, I guess, a collaborative or kind of a combination of these multiple efforts from different angles, because I think that the subtypes that we're seeing, the subtypes that we're seeing, in EEG, and the subtypes that we might see in clinical, in terms of the clinical features, and the subtypes that we might see in terms of the metabolomics or something, I think that they must somehow correlate, but I feel like we need a larger study that really gets at that and figures out what are the, what's the minimum data set, if you will, that, or set of variables that we need to really sort of characterize these individual subtypes that we're seeing. And I think that would be extraordinarily powerful, to then be able to really get at, for each, say there are four I'm just envisioning that there's four or five subtypes that I think it would be extraordinarily powerful to be able to then target them individually in terms of our, treatment and therapeutic approaches. But I don't think that we're there yet. At least I don't have a grasp of that in my mind, but I envision that it must be there. And somehow if we could get, several of us together with our different tools, with the huge data sets, then we would be able to do that.
Well, yeah, so I wanted to chime in that I think prediction modeling is often driven by what it's going to achieve. So if you can predict that somebody's at risk for postoperative delirium, what do? Well, right now it's just sort of good care. So like give them their glasses back, put them near a window. So that's just like normal, nice things to do for hospitalized patients. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. So we use a clinical prediction model for postoperative delirium clinically at my hospital. I developed it. The AUC is like 0.73. It doesn't matter because as much as we'd like to be capturing everyone, it's just sort of the choices that you do good care, extra good care in these patients. But if I was random, if I was trying to find a population to give a medication to that had some problems or, subject them to an extensive biochemical characterization profile and tell them their biological age is in fact 15 years late, psychological stress, whatever, then it's got to be a different quality of prediction. And so as the basic science moves into identifying therapeutics that have narrower ranges of safety, I think we'll see better development of predictive models as well. But I'm interested to hear how people working in this space are thinking about the ability to predict and the implications of accuracy on what you can do with that prediction.
Okay, I'll chime in there. From what I've seen, I think there's a long way to go, if I'm honest with you, because if you're talking about subtyping, it's not there yet. It's nowhere near it, based on what I've seen here this last while. Shun and I were talking there just before lunch. I think there's a lot more biological information needs to be added to this. From the presentations that I've seen, I see so many good avenues of things that could be done. If you look at the Alzheimer's disease space, the amount of work that's been done in postmortem human brain, not just looking at CSF, not just looking at imaging, but bringing in those biological factors, doing GWAS studies, doing transcriptomics, doing proteomics, doing lipidomics, combining all of these together to get a better understanding of the etiology and the pathophysiology of delirium. I think then you can start to subtype these different forms of the disease. Then you can start working on more so on the precision medicine aspect of it, whereby, okay, we can subtype them, but like you said, if you subtype them, we can identify them, what are you going to do? So then you need to have the biological information as well to decide, okay, these are the pathways, these are the drugs that we can repurpose, these are the drugs that we can use, these are the targets which we should be looking at, so that you can maybe prophylactically treat these patients before they go under surgery or something like that. So I think there's quite a bit of a way to go at the minute, but I think there's so many positives that have come from this, like your EEG stuff. Why don't you combine that with some biological variables, which is going to increase, it's going to take your AUC curves up from, what was it, 52% or 53%, take it over 80%. So I'm like, there's lots of things there that could be done. And they're not just necessarily biomarkers of Alzheimer's disease, the ATN, but it could be a protein biomarker. It could be something that you're already measuring. So there's lots of potential. I just see so much from this meeting, and then that lends to one of the other points, but I'll talk about it later. But yeah, I think they're a bit far away, but there's definitely potential in the future.
So we have a couple of questions in the, or a couple of comments in the virtual group, but I just wanted to point, or at least my observation has been from listening to all of you and reading your papers and studying the literature, that one of the most potent interventions for delirium is family intervention, right? You know, just keeping their attention by keeping them engaged and, you know, interacting with family. But there's not always family there, you know. So if we could identify the really high risk patients who are, you know, the ones that are really likely, then we could, you know, ask family members to be there, you know, and make a point of that. You know, that's a level of burden that's sort of a step up from the hospital burden that we've been talking about in the nursing care and all of that. So, you know, I could think of, you know, things like that that are relatively easy if we could just figure out, you know, who are the really likely patients. But, you know, I think we can probably do that. So before I go to John and Miles, let me just say that I know that you're going to start trickling away. There's already been a suggestion that they would like to take the report that I'm going to give to you and turn it into a white paper or a publication of some sort. And I'm totally supportive of that. I'm perfectly willing to facilitate it. And so what I'll be doing is, once we have the draft report, we will circulate it for you to fact check your sections and, you know, make sure that the message that's been conveyed is the one that you wanted to. And then you can take it and morph it into something for a publication. I've got my report, I post it on the website, and you can use it. So
Be an author with us.
I don't know about that, but you know, it has to be cleared, but you can certainly author it.
I'm sure we would.
Okay, so John, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, on subtyping, which to me means deep molecular characterization of delirium, and then subtypes or subgroups for therapeutic targeting will come from that. I think we're on the way, but we are a ways off from that. I think mostly because of scale. So we've heard at the meetings at least 3 groups that are doing you know, multi-omic deep characterization of delirium populations in Boston and Duke and the Bay Area now. But these are all still talking about dozens of people with delirium, and I think to really understand that, you know, the diversity of molecular subtypes, you have to get it to hundreds at least. So I think one, we need to integrate these efforts, and we all talk to each other, and actually we all collaborate with each other, and Miles is kind of the linchpin between those 3 groups. But at some point we'll need to figure out in a more like purposeful and systematic way how to actually integrate our data sets, which is a big job. But that's one step that could help with the scale. And then the other is, eventually we'll just need much bigger studies, and guided by what we're doing now. But I think we'll need to get into that, you know, characterizing at least hundreds of people with delirium plus however many non-delirious controls we need to really find those subgroups and figure out how we're going to target therapies like that.
Miles?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, John, for the shout out there. Yeah, two thoughts that occur to me. I mean, one is as far as using biomarkers to predict and then direct therapy. I mean, a simple study would be to just use intraoperative EEG that a number of us have talked about to identify high-risk patients and then randomly assign them to either increase family support, to basically reach out to the families and try to get more family support, or to even just have sitters to sort of hopefully get some of that same benefit as far as a humanistic sort of perspective, even if they don't have family there. The other point I was going to make that occurs to me based on Fa's talk is, there's been a lot of talk about inflammation and neuroinflammation and delirium, but her work really suggests there's a subgroup that's very sensitive to that inflammation and potentially neuroinflammation, i.e. ApoE4 carriers. So one possibility is to use biomarkers to predict which patients would be at greatest risk of a certain process, and then enroll them in a study to test an intervention that works on that process. So for example, instead of doing an intervention that's an anti-inflammatory or anti-neuroinflammatory in all comers, one could imagine, based on Fa's work, doing it specifically in ApoE4 carriers or specifically in other groups, in the hopes that that would increase the power to see a signal or to see a benefit.
I'm wondering how much opportunity there is for reanalyzing data that we already have to look at other factors.
Yeah, if I may, I was going to speak to that point and really trying to leverage kind of the data that's already been collected, because just around the group here, we have so many different studies with so many different data sets. I mean, they were collected and accrued prior to coming together, but I think if we can figure out a way to build an infrastructure to identify what's already been collected and see similarities across the data sets. Miles and I have started to do that, and we've already identified similarities and several differences, and we're harmonizing kind of our delirium measures, our cognitive function measures, and then now we can go and look at those associations. But first we have to identify what everybody has, how it's different, and then how we can harmonize. And I think once we start to put things together, and I think that goes back to what Lucy was really trying to encourage me to do for the R01, is just kind of branching out, because we can't answer these really complicated questions on our own. Like, we really need to come together, and it's going to take some effort, but I think the data are there. It's not perfect. The population-based data is not perfect. Our databases are not perfectly aligned, but there is room for kind of leveraging these data sets to figure out what we can use, and then maybe beyond that, start to develop data sets together that, we all have different interests, but that we can align it to some extent.
I was also gonna say that in addition to all this great quantitative data, while we're with all the resources that we have in this room, it would also be helpful to have qualitative data on, at least we need that to pair with the quantitative data to bring together the implementation science angle. For example, there are many anesthesiologists in the room. You spoke about how some of them talk about ant colonies behind the drape. How many of them are talking about delirium behind the drape during the case, especially a complex patient with a lot of comorbidities, who's at high risk of delirium? Are they teaching their residents about delirium? Are they saying this is the future for this patient once they wake up? It would be interesting to see what other providers' attitudes and beliefs are about this. And that's pretty easy. I know some people kind of roll their eyes at like, oh, just a survey, it's not that helpful, but I think we could do a lot more with that, at least we did a survey about provider perceptions on sleep in the ICU, and I was actually very surprised by people's reactions to the survey, just receiving it in their inbox. They're like, oh, I know a lot about sleep. And I'm like, we just want to know what you know or what your attitudes are, right? It definitely helps to improve the transparency as well. So I would throw that out there as another avenue that we should definitely attack.
Can I make a quick comment?
People like to place themselves in the context of a survey, so they'll read it. And that's half the battle right there, is getting them to read it and then sort of abolishing their misconceptions.
Lucy, sounds like we need an RFA on multi-omics and delirium.
I was going to say that, first off, I want to make sure, I talked at the very beginning about humility and wisdom. And I think that it's humbling to see the deficits we have in our research area. But I hear us all admitting it. And one of the things I wanted to say about the large databases, of course, is not that we shouldn't use them. We actually, it's wise to use them. That's humility and wisdom. We have to use them because we can't get at that many people through these prospective individual trials. So we have to have both. No, for sure. But the reason I brought it up twice is that we can't be satisfied with the level of the integrity of where it is. That we just have to say, it's not good enough. We have to keep using it, but we have to make it better. And so somewhere along the way, a group of people like us is going to make it better. And it's going to be by going to where the money is, because it all follows the money. And if it was easy, it would have been done 20 years ago. This isn't going to be anything easy at all. The last thing I was going to say about the family idea you had, so many ideas on the floor, but in every patient in the hospital, we should be encouraging family to be there because we know that family is good for healing. But we're also imperfect and we don't do it. So I don't really like the idea in the critical care environment of only targeting to ask for families for high-risk delirium patients because they're all high risk. So at every bed, we ask for that. And when you said it's got to be easier to implement, it brought up this idea that there's a group of nurses and physical therapists in the United States themselves, the ICU revolutionists. That's what they call themselves. They're amazing. Kaylee Dayton, Heidi Engel. These women are amazing. Michelle Ballas, Brenda Pun. So these ICU revolutionists, they're trying to change something to fit what you just said, easier to implement. Which they're just calling, they want ICUs to want to become awake and walking ICUs. And if you think about the difference, I can go into the ICU and say, I'm the new ICU director. There's a thing out there called the ABCD bundle. I'll say that we're doing that and it'll sound like I'm up to date. And then they don't do it. But if it's an awake and walking ICU, you know if they're up and awake and walking. They either are up and walking or they're not. So there's a litmus test on that one you can see it from the back of the room if they're out of the bed or not. And I love their idea, and I think they're very smart to change the paradigm to just be, are you awake and walking or are you not? Simple stuff like that.
Yeah, one quick question, one quick thing, and I want to give credit to where this idea came from. And so Tina McKay is actually, she's a researcher at MGH. We had a conversation about this, and everything we've talked about really is we want to get to the bottom of delirium. And certainly we could combine data sets and 1,000 patients here, 1,500 patients there. But really the question is one of scale, as most things. It's like, are we talking about 300, 400, 500,000 patients? And so her thought and her approach is, how about we deeply phenotype a small cohort of patients using tools that we know have been used in, the UK Biobank or the Harvard Biobank or something of that sort. And once you deeply phenotype, you could kind of reverse translate and now go to those large databases to really try to get at the bottom of, okay, can I pull out those types of patients that have this phenotype and can I track them over time? So there is work to be done around there too. Certainly we could all combine data sets, but we could also start thinking about what's out there and can we reverse translate, quote unquote.
One other comment with
Yeah, so I really want to go back to the data harmonization thing. I think I think both approaches, what Shane said, is both should be done at the same time. From my angle, I've seen the dementia literature. They're really trying to basically harmonize, hundreds of thousands of patients and data sets. I mean, I know they're potentially a more mature field, has been funded for a long time. But I think we're probably getting to that precipice where, there's so many clinical trials and prospective studies that are ongoing, but in silos. And, we have EEG data from many groups, so actigraphy or what have you. But really, probably there should be some kind of RFA similar to the one I saw for ADRD that tries to bring the infrastructure to allow us to do the analysis and ask different questions by pooling data. So I think the deep phenotyping as well as leveraging what we have already with harmonizing data is critical.
Molly?
Just a quick comment. For NIDUS, wasn't this one of the goals for NIDUS? And isn't there sort of a listing, at least a listing on the, right, on the website of all of the studies that are available and data types, at least in the studies that are available?
Right, yeah, there's a bibliography of delirium research, and it's, the papers have been categorized according to the study type and the types of outcome measures.
So
There is a hub. There's also a hub. So there's like a human hub that collects information, many of whom like you've either input or we have input your studies for. And so they collect a lot of information on your major kind of outcomes, delirium measures, and kind of what what kind of biological samples you might have, EEG, kind of what's collected. And so we do have that available to search and kind of that individual would contact the other PI. And so there's that infrastructure to find out the information, but I guess maybe kind of taking it a step beyond that and just trying to build like ADNI for Alzheimer's disease. They have like their imaging kind of group and they come together, and that's where all kind of the images can come together. I think there are kind of downstream efforts that we can take a step beyond NIDUS, but I know that's a huge effort to be able to do, but NIDUS was kind of that foundational point where investigators could identify each other and start from there, but maybe we need to make better use of that and really now start to gather.
So a harmonized Uber data set of delirium research that then could be posted on SAGES or what do we call it? The NIA Aging Research Biobank, someplace like that where delirium researchers can find.
I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about the issues of lack of inclusivity of minoritized groups. And I think that this is a relevant time to bring that up, because if we're talking about harmonizing deeply phenotyped data sets, there's a real risk that we're going to miss important signals in minoritized groups who are not historically participating in research. For example, Shayun, you brought up the analyses of delirium after deep hypnosis intraoperatively versus lighter levels of hypnosis. And the only population in which that seems to make a difference is East Asians. Who are very underrepresented generally because they make up a smaller segment of the US population, but that is kind of a glaring deficiency that I imagine many of these primary tightly phenotyped cohorts underrepresent people of East Asian descent, where metabolic pathways may plausibly increase this risk. Eric Rose is working on this topic specifically. So I thought I would introduce the issue of how we might start better recruiting people from minoritized groups so that we're not missing contributions of both ancestral background, but also education and other minoritized economics, minoritized characteristics.
Can we maybe learn from the stroke literature, for example? Like this problem is ubiquitous across research. And there's studies, big registry studies and whatnot that have been done or conducted that at least have started to attack the problem. And I feel like we're definitely behind the 8 ball in delirium, but maybe there's a way to sort of jump forward, at least by capitalizing on that.
And you think that the stroke literature is a model for, because we can talk to our friends at NINDS and explore more what they've been doing. I know that they've got the stroke network.
Yeah.
Is that helping or?
Well, I think so. So for example, what comes to my mind is like Ralph Sacco, who was the president of the American Academy of Neurology, had a huge and very sort of successful, just again, as an example, registry project where he was recruiting people in inner city Bronx and sort of upper New York. And there are other such registries, other such initiatives. And I think that they were, I think that they were driven largely in large part by some of the RFAs that came out of the NINDS that basically said, okay, we know that we have differential outcomes, et cetera, in underrepresented groups. So we need to actually sort of make a concerted effort to that. Or even, for example, maybe with the All of Us program in dementia, right? Like maybe that's maybe even a closer, a shorter leap for delirium to sort of tag onto in some way.
I've learned a lot by working with our group in Puerto Rico about this. Puerto Rico, as I said, is an island of 3.2 million people. It's the oldest state or territory in the United States because of the amount of outmigration of younger folks for higher salaries on the mainland. And their critical care is really suffering there. But that's why I went there. I had to see it to understand what was going on there. And it was nice having Mabel and Millie with me because they were my chaperones to explain to me some of the cultural differences. For example, in the ICU, we talk about family. Families are not allowed in the ICUs there. There's very strict rules, and it's a very different culture of care where the physicians, what they say is the rule and things like that. So I think, given the resources that we all have and the knowledge we have, it's important to speak with different community partners and groups. So now, we submitted an R01 to learn more about post-intensive care return to work in Hispanic patients called Trabajo. And the only reason that grant was able to be submitted was I linked up with some community partners in San Diego who are doing large epidemiological studies with Hispanic populations. And one suggestion they made, they said, oh, in the ICU, you want to get families involved. That's great because most Hispanic patients have families because they come from these large multi-generational families. They often live together. So you're not going to have a problem finding families, but you're going to have a problem finding someone to explain what's going on in their language and culturally. So they were actually suggesting getting promotores, which I didn't know what that word was, in the ICU, who are these community representatives for health. And they have promotores in every clinic for diabetes and other things. So at least what I'm trying to say is that I think we all need to just speak to people and, we can, and especially just explain what we do and talk to them about delirium and I think, and post-intensive care syndrome and post-surgical complications, and people will really lean in, and there will be a lot of ideas that will surface from that. So that's at least a starting point, I think, that I've had for trying to understand more of what's occurring with our patients in the ICU.
One other thought is that I think that we need to incentivize education of our research teams, our clinical research coordinators, and our, the folks who are on the ground gathering the data, both to incentivize folks from different backgrounds as well as incentivize pretty much those folks who are existing on our teams to sort of communicate, learn Spanish and learn how to deliver the Spanish version of the CAMIC, like whatever our outcome measures are, because a lot of times that's just the pragmatic barrier, right? Just sort of like, okay, we are only going to enroll Spanish-speaking patients when we have a coordinator that is Spanish-speaking on, that's on service at the moment, right? And that's a huge limitation that could easily be overcome with sort of more education.
But also not to state the obvious, but like the overlap between encouraging people from diverse backgrounds to enter health professions careers by exposing them early to medical research and being a physician and what it's like to be a physician scientist. Very valuable.
I know we have a neuropsychologist in the room, but do we have any psychiatrists in the room? And the reason I ask is this was pointed out, and I don't know if this is still the case, so my question will come in just a second. The reason I'm bringing this up is that we had, it was like a bench to bedside conference series that the NIA did in conjunction with, I believe it was American Geriatric Society several years ago. And one of them was on delirium. And it was pointed out at that conference that the majority of, in the hospital, psychiatrists were called in to do the consult for delirium, to diagnose it and to, speak with the patient or the patient and their family. Is this still the case in most hospital settings? And if so, do these, do we need to bring the psychiatrist back into the conversation here? Is this still,
Again, Shinozaki is probably a good person to ask about that. He's a geriatric psychiatrist.
but
So he's
they're-
not here, but we
right,
can ask. I think he was on the phone.
I
or
sort
on
of
the
knew
Zoom.
when I asked that there weren't any psychiatrists in the room. But I'm wondering if this still is the case, that in most hospital settings that's the consult service that's called in. You don't think so?
It's not
at
uncommon, I
Vanderbilt?
would say, rare. Well, I would say.
Well, we say not uncommon and then rarely, so.
Our institution. Especially for severely agitated delirium.
What percentage of all of your delirious patients have a psychiatrist?
Oh, yeah. You're
2%, 1%. 1% of all delirious patients.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
How many patients also? I don't know, I agree, but yeah, and a recognized delirium, probably higher.
But I think the psychiatrist should be in the room. Though.
Yeah.
I think they should be in the room, for sure.
Well, this may be something that has changed over time, that, 10, 15, 20 years ago, this was very common, and maybe it is no longer common at all. I'm not sure. I just remember that being actually a fairly significant issue at that bench to bedside conference, because there were a few psychiatrists at that meeting, but very few. And we actually invited NIMH, representatives from NIMH to participate, program staff, and they were there, and this was something that they commented on as well. This was something that typically fell in the hands of psychiatrists in the hospital setting, but maybe that has changed.
So the terminology is important. So CNL psychiatrists or consult liaison psychiatrists. I mean, I'm not telling y'all you don't know anything, nothing you don't know, but so CNL consultants do all the psychiatry consults in a hospital. And they tell me that of their 98%, 95% of their business is outside the ICU. 5% of their consults are in the ICU. So they do come into the ICU, but it's not that much anymore. But they have tons of business in the rest of the hospital. So they get consulted all the time on the wards, but just not much in the ICU anymore. But it's probably ICU dependent. Maybe some are different. But what about you, Biren?
For delirium.
On the wards, it's tons. They have tons of delirium consults, but on the wards, but in the ICU, what do you think?
Yeah, we rarely consult psych, but one service we've been consulting a lot more just as a backup to provide some authority, especially if we're trying to deprescribe or mobilize or at least prognosticate. We talk about AI, we call geriatrics and our inpatient geriatrics that has really grown, and they have been really great allies to help deliver some of this messaging, especially with interventions that maybe as the ICU doctors, we may not be getting as much traction to do it because we're focusing on the shock and the ventilators. So that, but I don't call psychiatry unless we're.
But if it is happening still a lot on the wards,
Tons.
then these are people that you need to bring.
It should be in here. Yeah, there should be. some-
You need, because they need to be administering the CAM. They need to be, sort of involved in all of this and bringing attention to it, because it sounds as if they may still be sort of the first line people, at least in that aspect of it.
We heard that at the retreat that we had recently as well from, one of the staff members in DBSR that the the psychiatrists were sort of on the front lines of this. That's interesting. So we are a half an hour over at this point, and so I'm thinking that we can continue this discussion after we return to our institutions. This has been extremely useful and extremely inspiring for me. I hope you all feel the same way, and I want to thank you for for everything, for your travel, for tolerating, flight delays. And poor John had to sit for 5 hours in the San Francisco airport. And, Miles got COVID for us. And, I just, we miss you guys. But thank you very much. And I wish you all safe travels home. As I said, you'll be getting a draft of the report from me in a few weeks, and we'll continue this. I think, Molly, did you have some pictures taken?
Well, I was taking some pictures.
Take a group picture. Take a group picture over here. Let's take a group picture all together. I mean, Shawniqua, put your slide back up with the Delirium. We can go over there and take a picture. We can sit in front of this one. Yeah. If 4 people want to organize the white paper and they could become the first 3 and the senior authors, that'd be great. It takes somebody to get it going.
Yeah, that's right. We need a frontier as well, or we're not gonna be able to offset it.
That was good.
Hey, why don't you come in front, all of you, the whoever.
Perfect, just like that. Thank you. Always a great idea.
Molly, come get in the picture, please.
Yeah, Molly, you want me to take it?
Molly. Go right in the middle. There's a height difference.
Get on the edge there.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Yes, okay, right.
Two.